Recording in progress.
Not yet. How are you? Very, very good. Yes. Can we open the meeting, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Jared. Ellen Heck. Here. Brian Lionel. Here. Vice Chair Lee. Here. President Levinsky. Here. Mike Clardy. Here. All in attendance. Thank you. Public comment. 5 minutes per person. Please state your name and if you're a resident of Pocono Township. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to make a public comment? There are people that have their hands up, sir. So, no, that's fine. Is that fine? Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Good evening. Oh, is this on? Hello?
Oh yeah. Oh boy. Something's on.
Try it now.
Hello?
A little loud.
Hello? Hello? Testing?
Lovely. All right. Good evening. Charles Kepler, resident.
Jared, can you unmute so we can hear everybody?
Okay. Charles Kepler, taxpayer. I just wanted to say I'm deeply concerned with the situation that's been developing with the library here at Pocono Township. I am a deep lover of the library. My wife takes my son to the library at least once a week. If not the Pocono Township Library, then one of the many great libraries here in Pocono Township. And the narrative that I've heard developing is that the library board has been unwilling to work with the township commissioners. They're unhappy with staying in the dilapidated building they're currently in. They're unhappy with moving to the dilapidated Glenwood Hall, and they'd be much happier here in the new municipal complex. And I don't blame them. What I keep hearing is that there isn't enough space here, but I'd just like the public to be aware of a few of the things that the township was able to find space for. A separate break room for the police department and for the township staff. Even though they're right down the hall from each other, they have their own separate break rooms, both of which are about the size of the current library. Also a gym fit with $140,000 of gym equipment, which is going to be approved tonight. That room is also about the size of the current library. There's also an entire wing of the building down here, which is, again, about the size of the old municipal building, which we're going to be renting out to the county. That doesn't make much sense to me. The county just raised taxes this year. We were giving the space in the old municipal building to the library for free. I don't understand why we're charging the county when they're raising taxes on us. Why don't we give them that space for free? And tell them maybe, stop raising our taxes. Or we could give it to the library, the ones who I think really deserve it. I'm not even clear on what the county's going to be doing with that space. I'd love it if the commissioners would tell us what the county intends for that space. But, I think it's very important that we preserve our library. The library is very important to me because, it's a great way to, check out books, but it's so much more than that. It's a public meeting space. It's great for, people like me who put themselves through college while working full time. It's a good, quiet place to go and work on schoolwork. It's also a great place. My son was a COVID baby, and we couldn't afford childcare. We used the library as a place to take our son where he could socialize with other children. The idea of making people drive across the county to access a library is unreasonable. A lot of people really rely on the library as a public space like that to hold meetings, book clubs, whatever kinds of meetings they want. It's just a public space where you can spend time and they're not going to kick you out. And finally, this thing that's on the agenda tonight to pull us out of the Monroe County library system and stop paying into the library system, stop paying library taxes, and try to establish our own smaller system here. The library, it's broken up into branches, but it's broken up into branches because it's part of a bigger whole. You can trade books between libraries. You can go to other libraries to attend classes and to take advantage of read-alongs and story times and things that they don't offer in your library. The great thing about the library system is that it's a system that all works together and provides services across the entire county. Trying to pull us out just displays a complete misunderstanding of the way the library is used. Being able to pick up books at one, drop them off at another, get museum passes from one, get, resources for, whatever you can need resources for, all the resources the library provides. I really wish that the township would make the library a priority because, I understand that whatever the county's doing there, I'm sure it's important, but it can't be more important than our people here in Pocono Township. So I hope that the board will reconsider and, think of what's best for the citizens. Think of what's best for the people. I understand that, all the township employees want, a gym. But my job offers a gym membership. You can get a gym membership for the people who want it, and it wouldn't cost $140,000. And it may provide a space for the library. Or, $140,000 for gym equipment. We're going to get, $5,000 a month for renting that space? That's not even half of what the gym equipment's going to cost. That's not even half of what this 2025 Chevy Tahoe drone limo is going to cost. We have to use our resources. We have limited resources. We should be using them to protect the people and to protect the resources that the people need to make their lives better. And the library is one of those resources. So I really hope that the board will reconsider their priorities and make the library a priority. Thank you very much.
I just got off the phone with one of the trustees. They're having an executive session tonight. They're having a board meeting tomorrow. They voted unanimously last meeting. They knew nothing about this Pocono Township building. They voted unanimously to close the Pocono Township branch. Had nothing to do with the commission. And tomorrow morning, when they vote unanimously again to uphold that vote, they'll put out a public statement and or come to our meeting and say it had nothing to do with Pocono Township. It was closed.
That's pretty good leadership.
Anyone else? Mr. Wood.
Thank you. To follow up on that, Mark Love from Pocono Township. You're absolutely right. Tomorrow morning, the library board will vote on whether to keep the Pocono Township branch open for the life of the building. Despite the township's offer to address the maintenance issues and your transmission of a written report indicating there's no mold in the meeting room area, I believe there are still members of the library board who wish to adhere to the July 3 closing date, even though I was given express authority by the chairperson of the board to inform the public of a 90-day extension. It's amazing. I wish to thank the township commissioners for the fine cooperation that you have given to this endeavor and suggest that irrespective of the library board's ultimate decision, which may not be as severe as you believe it will be, you may wish to look into alternatives to provide this area with the creation of a state-of-the-art library facility, especially since the taxpayers of Jackson and Pocono Townships generate over $350,000 per year in dedicated library revenues. And such a library, if created, could still participate in the inter-county library system. There's no problem with that. Books can be transferred from Barrett or anywhere else to Pocono Township if requested. I thank you for your courtesies, and I thank you for your efforts to keep the library in Pocono Township. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Palzowski. My concern is Golden Slipper Road. First of all, I'm perplexed why this was so secretive. Approximately 2 months ago, one of the construction workers came into the cafe and were telling the servers that we're going to close Golden Slipper Road for 2 months, but don't tell anybody. And 3 weeks ago, there was a post from somebody in Colonial Auto Sales, and that post came down in an hour. And to this day, there's all kinds of detour signs up, but there has never been a sign to say that this road will close for 2 months. And I don't understand why it's so secretive. But in the meantime, I called people, Senator Brown, who's here tonight, who's fighting. And from what I understand, there were negotiations going on, and there is a workaround. But now the hospital doesn't want to take the time to negotiate that workaround. And I'm concerned, okay, we have 2 hospitals within 7 miles, 8 miles. Okay, so this isn't critical, and I get it, all right? But to say that you're going to shut a road down, and if God forbid there's any kind of emergency, fire, medical emergency, robbery, somebody in your home, for the extra time that it's going to take for the emergency vehicles to get to you, a minute can make a big difference. And I'm shocked of why this is so secretive. Why wasn't this up front? Why wasn't there a sign a month before time, letting people know who just come up on the weekends? Hey, listen, when I come up next weekend. So I'm, from what I understand, there is an alternative, and I'm hopeful that this alternative will be considered and worked on. I mean, a minute can mean somebody's life, and I don't. You want to shut a road down for 2 months, not say anything. I can tell you how you can find out right now. Stop and talk to any of the flagmen, and they'll tell you, oh yeah, it's going to shut down. So this is how you find out. I'm 74 years old. I have concerns about medical and fire and so on and so forth. So I'm hopeful that there is a workaround where they'll be negotiable. That's all I got to say. But thank you for your time. And again, thank you. I appreciate it.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Representative Madden. I represent the 115th District. So, Chair, I'm going to speak to the PennDOT issue as I know it. I spoke with Transportation Secretary Mike Carroll today, and I had an extended conversation with Brian Boyer and another gentleman, Scott, I believe his name was. So Jared reached out to me last week and said that they were planning to close, I don't have the text in front of me, planning to close or do a detour on Golden Slipper, right, Road, and that with the proposed work on 715 and 611, it's going to be a nightmare, and that they didn't hold a public hearing and they didn't come to you, and so you all were kind of left in the dark, as was everyone else. So I called today and I got the secretary on the phone, and he had the right people call me. And you are absolutely right. So it's not PennDOT's responsibility to hold a public hearing or to let you know, because it's a private developer, and hopefully they're here today to explain things. Are they, LBHN, here today? Okay, great. So they were supposed to come before here and give the plan and talk about the detour and talk about all the details, but they didn't do that in a timely way. So that detour was supposed to start today, and it did not. And it's not going to start until they present, and then PennDOT goes over it again, because they approved the original detour, contingent on all of this presentation and everything. But what they said was they're always looking for the shortest route of a detour, right? Not to put people out of, time, because commuting is difficult as it is. Also, they mentioned about the 8 to 10 weeks. They said they're looking to shorten it, right? But it really depends upon when you start breaking into the rock. Like, how long is it going to take you to break through the rock to get to the other side to be able to do the work that you have to do? So their objective is not to make it last 8 to 10 weeks, to do it as short as possible. Also, I did remind them about when they were installing the gas lines from Santa Fe down to Monroe County Transit Authority, and how they subcontracted that work, and they would leave for weeks and weeks at a time, and I would get calls from Pocono Cheesecake Factory and different businesses like, where are they? So I was assured that this would be a project that would be worked on every day of the week, 8 hours a day, that PennDOT would have a full-time inspector there often, making sure that the work is being done, and it's done in a timely way and with as little imposition on people as possible. So that's what I know. Also, if I could speak to the library, I joined the protesters on Saturday, and they were mostly senior citizens, with the exception of Charles and his wife and their child. I'm heartbroken about this. I'm heartbroken about this because they were mostly seniors, right? And it's a really wonderful resource for seniors to go. And I'm going to tell you, the space they had was a hovel. And so when Taylor explained the new library in this building to me, I was extremely hopeful. And now I understand you need that space for other things. And I'm not begrudging a gym, and I'm not begrudging a break room, because I am the mother of 2 New York City police officers. And one of my kids gets up at 3:30 in the morning for a 7 o'clock shift so he can work out in the gym in the precinct in which he works. And these are people who put their lives on the line every day. They work together, they live together, they break together, and they work out together. So kudos to you for taking care of our police officers. That being said, there must be a space for this library. If this library board decides to not open a library in Pocono Township, I sincerely hope that you will reach out to them and you will try to change their minds and you will do everything in your power to do that. I stand here also as the chairwoman of Aging and Older Adult Services, and we implemented what's called the Caregiver Toolkit 2 weeks ago at the Upper Dublin Library. And we did that because libraries, this is going to be a website, it's going to be called the PA Care Kit, and it's going to be a one-stop shop for anyone taking care of seniors, right? You could be a mom, you could be a child. I mean, most times you don't even know you're a caregiver to a senior until you're about 3 to 6 months into it and there's no one else but you, right? So this is going to be a one-stop shop for people to be able to see schedules, to be able to get resources, to be able to talk to other people in the same predicament. And the reason I mention that is we're making our libraries the hub for this. Every library is going to have the manual for the care kit. Every library is going to have someone educated on the care kit. And we're trying to bring our libraries and our Department of Aging together, as they already, so many of our seniors go there to partner to work on this. So to lose this library, to have people either have to go to Pocono Mountain or Eastern Monroe Library, especially seniors, right? It's going to be an inconvenience. So I'm really hoping that you all will use the same amount of dedication and thoughtfulness that you did in planning this beautiful building and include the library and really work towards it. And I'm here to help in any way possible. Thank you.
Warren, just to add, in my conversation tonight with trustees, they're excited about Glenwood Hall as a future. If it's going to be a senior center, that's where they want to be. Because this library is being used an average 20 times a month. But to be in a senior center, that's the people that will use it. They'll revisit when we fix that place up.
Okay, Lizzie. My name is Linda Salmon. I've been a resident of Pocono Township since 1966, although I was brought here as a baby in the summers when my grandfather wanted to get the grandchildren out of the cities because of polio. So we came every single summer. And then I've been a first grade teacher at Barrett Elementary. I later went back to Kutztown and got a master's in library science. And I've worked part-time after I retired from teaching. And then so I'm very, very happy. I remember when Jim Cadu got the library tax back in about 1980, somewhere in there, and got the fussing libraries to all agree to have a library tax and make the libraries cooperative and be able to have interlibrary loans with them. And has worked so well. And I think that I do hope that you will make it possible to have Jackson and Pocono work together, and if possible, find a couple of rooms here in this building for them. You know, it doesn't have to be a huge library, but it'll grow. It'll grow because we'll have more people coming, and we have a very tiny space right now. And as a senior, I was at the rally because and I was definitely the oldest one. but it is a wonderful. Libraries are wonderful, and do remember, keep the library tax and keep cooperating with other libraries, because that's what works. That what works and helps us all be able to do lots of easy interlibrary loans and help children come, help older people come, help everybody have a chance to learn something at the library and enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Parks. I've been a resident for 38 years. Talking about the kennel again, we had loose dogs again last week. The week before, people dumping dog food on my property, encouraging the bear. This is going to be the fifth time now, I'm going to have to go to court. Yesterday I had 3 hours of dogs barking. So I want to kind of know what the protocol is for if I'm supposed to get in touch with zoning because it's Sunday. And I don't even know which direction to go in here. They have 11 dogs now. Yesterday was horrible. And the dogs are barking to go in because they are on the deck every minute of the day. I still do not understand. The zoning ordinance says that the dogs need to be at the back of the building. They're not at the back of the building. It would solve a lot of problems if they were. And it does not say in the zoning ordinance, except for their own dogs, because if they have 11 dogs registered right now, and even if they have someone else's dogs, if they're staying with them for all intents and purposes, they're their dogs. I cannot use my property. If it ever stops raining, I'm going to take my dog down to the front of my property and we're going to see what happens, my big dog. Because my little dog will not back off, and if one of those dogs get loose. This past week, I was coming home. Came onto my driveway. Out of nowhere comes the Airedale. I nearly hit it, which would have really messed my day up. And I just don't, it just has not stopped at all. So, and I'm still having the issue with all the rain, with my driveway being flooded out because the back of the house was bulldozed with no permit, and all the vegetation was taken out, and now I have a swimming pool. So I've had to dig like 2 trenches to try to drain the water. And I'm just at a wit's end. I don't think that it's definitely a business now with 11 dogs. Our deed restrictions should have protected us from this because obviously the township did acknowledge deed restrictions since it was on the application for the special exception. So, as a senior citizen, as the widow of a man who fought for this country and died because of his service to this country, this is when I should be able to enjoy my property, and I cannot. And it's every single
Glenwood Hall will
Eventually, the board over the next several years or whatever will renovate that building.
Well,
We've invited the library there to that location.
hopefully it'll be in my lifetime.
Well,
But thank you so much.
that's your mission. All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Charlotte Trupasso, Pocono Township resident. I don't know why we don't use the Pocono Heritage Center. We built it, it's beautiful, has open space. The Historical Society meets there once a month. It's ours. The senior citizens can go, they have Wi-Fi. We can even put a little library in there. It's a beautiful building, we should use it.
Thank you.
Try to keep this short. Monica Garrity, Pocono Township taxpayer. Brian, thank you. I see on the agenda you're going to bring up my public comment workshop. I appreciate it. Jared, thanks for getting in touch with him. Natasha, congratulations on the baby. You guys were absent, but they didn't think it would be possible to get a hold of you to come up with a date. So I appreciate all the work you had to do, Jared. So I just want to say, I see that it's on the agenda, and before it gets voted on, Rich, I would just like to speak to you, because at the last meeting, on the agenda, it said motion to approve the new 2025 Peterbilt dump truck upfit, possible action item. So I could care less to get up in the beginning of the meeting based off of this agenda item. But then as the meeting went on and this item came up, all of a sudden you're voting on spending $9,000 to paint the truck green because the road crew vacuum and wax and work hard, which was an emotional decision, not a business decision. And I am in the financial world, I get that, but I don't think it was a wise decision, and it could just be me, but I do believe that we as the public, the taxpayers, have a right to state that. So there would be no reason for me to get up before the meeting to speak on that item, but then it takes a turn. So if you have the right to get up and speak on something after you vote on it, it doesn't do any good for me to just complain. So I'm complaining a little bit here because it is taxpayers' money, and I get it. You guys love the road crew. I don't have anything against the road crew, you know, but our taxes, look what the county just did with us, you know, 30%. And decisions, emotional decisions like that, it's gonna raise our taxes. So I get it, you don't like long meetings, Rich, I get it. I don't like meetings at work, especially ones that could be emails. But it's part of the job, and these people are paying, you know? So I do believe it's important. So I hope you're not gonna be a no vote on the workshop, because I think we can learn. But this would be a prime example of what happened in this meeting as to why this public comment doesn't work. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Would you like to go first, Beth?
Thank you. Can I give you a handout?
Certainly.
I don't have enough for everybody. I'm just saving. I think I'll share. Sorry, guys. Saving.
Back, you could have them back.
Oh, that would be good because I need the
Right.
library tomorrow.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm Lori Pryor, 35 resident of Pocono Township. My first question is, Brian, you said something about 20 times, was that 20 visits to the library a week, a month? What was that?
She mentioned 20 times, maybe a month. I honestly don't know.
Okay,
It's a conversation literally right before.
okay, that number is way off. There's roughly between, and this is without the children's hour, roughly 500 to 550 visits a month. Granted, not a huge library, but it's important to us. So I just wanted to correct you on that. Also, if we don't have a library, are we gonna get charged the library tax?
Yes.
Yes. Will there be less, I'm losing my words here. Less amount of money, or are we gonna still be paying the same amount and having to drive these distances that you see on the flyer I gave you?
You'll be paying the same amount.
Same amount.
Same amount.
Okay.
It's a county tax, not Pocono Township tax?
Well, I called Patricia Michael today and got some numbers from her as to what was billed, and it was over $270,000. I called Leon Fraley today. He gave me, what was it? It was 100 and something.
All in, it's about $350,000.
Well, I ended up, it was 389 and change. And I'm just wondering if I have to continually drive and spend 2 hours of my life to go get one book. It's kind of insane. Makes no sense. And also, question, you talk about Glenwood. I mean, the reality is, the building is a mess. How long? How many millions? I mean, at this point, I'm 69 years old. Am I gonna be alive to see it happen? I'm thinking not. And then my last little gripe is, it's not really a gripe, it's a question, and it has nothing to do with the library. This gym that's available to the police, is it also gonna be available to the fire company and to the EMTs?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I was just wondering. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, just to add to that, the library tax millage is set by the county commissioners. And this prior, the library was offered to stay in the current building where they're at. At the last meeting, the board did approve a refurbishment for it.
Yeah, I'm
And we
aware of
also
that.
offered our old meeting room to them as well.
I'm aware of that, and I'm gonna go down there tomorrow, and I don't think they understand what it's gonna take. I watch people try to park in the lane parking lot. Do we really want them driving down? Sorry. Do we really want them driving down 611? You know? It's not safe.
Anyone else have a public comment? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Daniel Snyder. I run the Pokemon Youth Soccer Organization in the area for all of our kids. We have about almost 400 or 500 kids that are participating in our programs. I'm here to talk about the new $10 parking that has been implemented at Mountain View Park. One, I see what you guys are trying to do, and we're trying to keep our parks, especially with a lot of non-local Pocono Township people using our parks. So thank you for looking out for our parks and trying to keep them clean and everything. Where we have an issue is we use those games or fields up there for games. So we're only using them for an hour or two, and now we have to have opponents and referees who are coming to our town to play games so our kids and families don't have to travel. Now those families are paying $10 a car, and it's not for the fields or the park, it's for parking. So where my question is there any leniency we can have? I know it's a case-by-case basis, but I know of another program we run called Mighty Kicks during the week. I saw that they don't have to pay for parking. The parking is also halfway up in the park, so now anybody who's using the basketball courts, the pickleball courts, and that baseball field on the bottom half do not have to pay for parking. There was a post by Pocono Township about the basketball courts being left a mess and everything, so if this $10 is to make sure our parks are being clean, why isn't it at the gate? And secondly, how can we avoid this potentially happening for the fields that I walk every single day and make sure there's not one piece of garbage? This will really, really hurt our families. This will really hurt our sport. This will really hurt our community by not having these fields, because I already had referees tell me I will not go there and pay the $10 to play. So I'd like to just hopefully something can be reconsidered. It doesn't need to be a decision made today, but I'm urging the board to please relook at this. And if it is going to be for the whole park, please have it be for the entire park and not just the top half. But really, if we can try to get something where we're paying a fee for those fields. So now we're paying a fee on top of parking. I mean, one game alone is bringing $150 minimum to the park. I have 20 games a season. That's $3,000 that our youth soccer is bringing into the park now because we have to pay $10 parking. And I understand Monroe County and everything, but a lot of these families are not from Monroe. So I know it's a new situation and we're trying to figure it out, but I urge you guys strongly to consider that because I don't know what our youth soccer organization is going to do if we can't use those fields for games. The other thing I'd like to bring up, just as a Pocono Township taxpayer for the last 30 years as a member, 611, when that gets overloaded, Scott Run Avenue becomes the next road that people take. I would like to formally propose a three-way stop sign at the end of Ballowin Brook and where Scott Run Avenue meets. If not that, maybe a speed bump. I do have a child coming in the next couple days, and people fly down that road, especially when there's overload on 611. And I love what you guys had done with Warren Road. I saw Shine Hill was potentially getting a stop sign up there. Bog Road got a speed hump, and I think Scott Run Avenue, especially the north side where the butcher is behind the Weiss building. And I have a video here that I can show you quickly or I can send, but people and 18-wheelers are literally going 60 miles down a 25-mile-an-hour road. And I have right here the proof to show it. So, and lastly, just having a kid coming, it was devastating to hear about the library. I'm finally now at the point where I'm able to use the library potentially with my future son, and to hear of that closing, it's definitely heartbreaking, especially nowadays when all I see is kids going iPads, computers, stuff like that, to take away that bonding experience, to take away that book in the hand from a small community like ours in the township. I truly believe every township in America should have a library, and it shouldn't be, well, there's one 20 minutes away you can go to. So those three things, the parking at Mountain View, please, please, please reconsider. A stop sign on Scott Run Avenue, three-way stop sign, so people aren't getting the momentum and just ripping through that straight road and using it as a racing road at times, and just thinking about the future and our kids with the library. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience?
Yeah.
Wait for the.
One second.
Yeah.
Why aren't we charging everyone?
I wanted to speak on that. The soccer, or the sports groups will not get penalized for that, so the same courtesy, Mr. Snyder, that we're giving to the Mighty Kicks will apply to the YSA.
Sorry, what was that? My apologies. Let's talk to that.
That will apply to YSA, so the same courtesy that Mighty Kicks is getting, YSA will get, so we can set up a meeting with our Parks Manager, Brian, as a shape, and explain to that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, why are they lower fields getting charged?
Yeah.
No, the bottom one was not. The bottom parking lot, because it's a safety hazard.
It's still getting hard for you. So why are we not charging for park?
Below the key. The key controls the access to the upper field. That's where the.
Yeah, but
This whole thing's a bad idea. I agree. I need charging for the parks anyway, but this makes it worse. I don't know. It should be consent.
The safety issue is that cars back up onto PennDOT. PennDOT will not allow that backup to happen. So it has to be further up, closer to lot one.
But the backup can still happen at the gate. You're only like 2 cars deep and you're in the road.
Well, I'm saying if we move it down, then it will.
Where is it at the gate?
It's actually, the attendant is seated at the crest of the hill just past the gate.
Right by lot one.
Before lot
We've
one.
made so many exceptions at this point. I think we should just think this thing out.
It's the geography there makes it very difficult.
I see what you're saying. No stacking distance. You could also, you need two attendants. You put one inside past the building where it opens up and you'll
Yeah,
park there.
heritage.
But I need charging people for public park.
I agree. My name is Blaine Fordell of Pocono Township. I agree with the reconsidering that parking. And I just wanted to come up and say thank you to the board for all the cooperation. I'm a president of Pocono Laurel Lake Community, and you guys have been tremendously helpful with our community and the dam situation and dam project. So I wanted to take the time publicly to thank you guys all so much for all your efforts, and Mrs. Senator Rosemary Brown as well. Her efforts have just been tremendous, and I just wanted to say thank you. As far as Dan Snyder's comments before me, that's going to be my grandson. So please slow down that traffic. I represent my daughter and my son-in-law, and I'm literally sneaking out of that driveway, just hoping somebody's not screaming by. And I'm a good driver, and usually stuff like that don't bother me at all. But it's getting pretty scary out there. So please consider doing something with that road for my family as well, and the rest of the township. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience? Is there anybody online? That are
Good evening. Carmen Churion from Jackson Township. While living in the area for 22 years, I have raised 2 Eagle Scouts, and I was involved in the leadership of Pack 80 at Jackson Township and Troop 85 at Pocono Township until 2 years ago. After 35 years of service, the Pocono Township Library apparently will close their doors. For all those years, it has been a great resource of information for our scouts to complete all their many badges, as well as for our children and adults and senior citizens. I find this news distressing for the whole community. Last year, the library was included in the architectural plans proposals shared at township meetings when Taylor Munoz was the manager. What changed from then to now that now they are not including in this building, which was a community college and it had a library? I hope to walk out from here tonight with some of these answers to the many questions all the community has. You are saying that the Monroe County Library chose to close the branch. But did you really make the effort to come to a deal with them to keep it open? That proposal to them for stay for 2 years and then move to the DLC hall, did that proposal include the maintenance of both locations for the 2 years and then the new hall? Because as it is right now, their toilet is not functional for more than 2 weeks. The children programs were ended at the end of last year. I'm not sure what are the specific dates, but there haven't been any children program in this year due to the mold problems that were happening in the building. They have issues with the ceiling also. So if they stay for 2 years, who's gonna do all the maintenance that they need in that building?
We've told them that.
Maybe you need to clarify that with them because apparently they
How
don't
more can
know.
you
I don't
clarify
know.
it? We all, you tell them point blank that we'll maintain the building, we'll heat it, we'll cool it, we'll fix something that breaks, we'll make the repairs that they've asked for. We've given, I don't know if we've given you an environmental study yet, but that's on its way, and we've made considerable, with 2 companies. Surf Pro is one, and I don't know the name of the other company that just went in there to do the testing.
Yeah, I can give that under my report.
But I think your question is to go back to the library and ask them
Yes,
why they want to
I'm
leave.
planning to be at that meeting tomorrow.
I
as
can't
well.
answer for them, so I don't have you, but we told them we would maintain the building free of charge like we always have for at least the next 2 years.
Mark, where's that meeting tomorrow, if you don't mind me asking? Where's the board of trustees meeting held tomorrow morning?
It's at 8:30 at the huge library. 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
Yes. So, and I saw on the agenda the motion to investigate the withdrawal from the Monroe County Library tax. If you approve this motion and you go ahead with this, we will not only will be losing our branch, but we will losing also the access to the whole Monroe County Library system.
that include many programs for the children, the senior citizens, and the adults, and also access to the interbook exchange between libraries. So it will be a total loss for the taxpayer of Pocono and Jackson Township. Thank you.
And so everybody knows, I agreed with the trustee that I spoke to table that motion until we know for sure what they're doing. If they're gonna come back and negotiate with us, we want a library. So whether it's them or, at some point we'll have a library.
Anyone else in the audience? Yes, sir.
Yeah, me again.
I think you have about a minute.
I thought I was going to be called up to talk about a certain situation, but it's not on the agenda, so I'll bring it up again, Blaine Fidel, Pocono Township. Before I do that, like Brian, I know you donate a lot of your time, money to this township, and as far as the library goes, I work for a plumbing and heating company, it's very large, 100-some branches, so if there's something needed for that library, plumbing or heating, please come and see me, okay? And I'll get the company to donate some stuff to you guys, okay? For the library. That being said, I am with Pocono Overlay Community. It was been brought up in township meetings previously about running water and sewer up to our community, which is past the VOTEC, the MCTI school. I am president of that community, and we had a meeting on Sunday, June 8th. We brought it up to the 40 people that showed up for the meeting that day, and they are dead set against it. So there was 40 people in the crowd, 40 people that voted no to bringing water and sewer to our community. So it's a small community. It's pretty much a not low, I don't want to say low income, that's not what I was saying, but it's not a high middle class. Some people have problems even changing their roofs right now. You can see it when you drive around. So the last thing we want to do is inundate them with thousands of dollars in fees and bills, especially because we have the DEP after us for the dam, which you guys have been great with. Senator Rosemary Brown has been great with. I understand if it was free and everything was free, it would be wonderful, right? But that's not how the real world works. So I just want to say, as far as a community, and I speak for my entire community that was at that meeting, every single member voted no against water and sewer, okay? And I just want that to go on the record for our community, all right? I think this is, thank you very much. Again, come to me for anything needed for that library.
One of your residents came to us.
Yeah.
Asking for us
So,
to
let me be clear. So, the way I understand it is Mr. Kepler had kind of pushed the subject or kept talking about the subject. He did backtrack his comments once he realized that it had to cost money, right? So, nothing against Mr. Kepler. I love the passion sometimes, but I think we really need to learn what's going on in the community before we get too involved. We've got to learn our community first, right? So anybody that wants to get involved or run for office or whatever, you really need to be part of the community before you can run the community, and that would be my advice to anybody running for office. And I know you guys have been here for years, and so is myself. So, we need to work together, and we need to learn what really is happening. And if changes want to be made, somebody wants to run, great, but let's try to figure each other out and know what's going on already before we try to change everything we don't know, understand yet. So we don't want it in our community. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anyone else?
Can I respond to that?
Yes, you can.
No,
you can.
Is there anybody else that wants to make a public comment? Is there anybody that dialed in by phone that wishes to make a public comment?
Can I just ask from here?
No.
No? I have to come up here?
No. You had your 5 minutes, ma'am, so I'm sorry.
Oh,
You get 5
okay.
minutes. You can wait till the end of the meeting, and you'll get another 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
So is there anybody that dialed in by phone who wants to make a public comment? Here.
How come you got twice?
Lucky guy. Different subject.
So is this one actually?
I'll go on to the meeting. Under announcements, an executive session was held prior to this meeting to discuss personal and litigation. Library update, they have me and Jared on here. I think we've kind of, do you have anything more to say? I mean,
Most of it's been said already.
yeah, the township does not want to see the library leave. That is clear. Right across this board, there's not one member that said, let's shoot them out. So hopefully the meeting tomorrow by the library board will change their minds on whatever they're deciding to do or why they made this decision, and remain in the building for 2 more years, and then kind of go from there and see what happens. I mean, that would be the goal. Plus, like Mr. Belvin said, we're not only keeping the library that's in its present location, we're opening up the door to the old meeting room, and potentially, if we could take the wall down, as long as it's not buried, we would just open that wall up and make it one giant room. So,
Mr. President, if I could add to that, there was questions about whether or not there was mold in our old meeting room. Week and a half ago, we had Clean Seat Remediation come in and do some air quality monitoring, thermal imaging, moisture condensation metering, and moisture probing. In all 3 of those, no temperature differentials indicative of hidden moisture, measured surface and ambient humidity to detect elevated moisture levels were not found, and utilized probes in selected areas of carpeting and drywall to identify any subsurface moisture. That being said, they took 3 sheets of drywall off of the walls to do further thermal imaging, and pulled about 20 feet of carpet off as well. There was no issues in there also while the air quality monitoring was going on, and they probed the carpet and padding, the drywall, no humidity or surface moisture readings in the roof, the floor or any of the walls or the door surfaces. The township then, as a good faith measure, had the carpet extracted. There was a stain that was of concern to the library. That was extracted, stain came right out, and there was no other issues. Pictures were taken, and a full report from Clean Seat is expected to follow.
Just to add to that though, and to make sure I understand, we did have a mold problem in our meeting room. That's why things were ripped up and we had dehumidifiers, and Chris Ann got sick, right? And we've mitigated that. Is that?
That is not why Chris Ann got sick. We did have an issue of the HVAC drain dripping throughout the years, and we did utilize ServPro about 2.5 years ago to mitigate that, but there was not active growing mold found.
But we still have those dehumidifiers in there running.
Yeah.
So there's moisture, right? That's
Yeah,
why we're running them.
yeah, there's moisture, but,
So is
but
that-
no active mold has been found.
Thank you. I wasn't clear on that.
thank you. Under presentations, we have a presentation for the police floor plan presented by Kimmel and Boyette. There he is.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here this evening. My name is Philip Durkin. I'm here representing Kimmel Architects. We're the architect of record on the police suite renovation. We've, for the past couple of months, been working in conjunction with Jared.
Do we have this presentation we can put up on the meeting?
Everyone has a copy in front of them, I'm not sure. Sorry about that. We're the architect of record selected by the township. We've been working in conjunction with Jared Belvin and Patrick Riegel and the chief to develop the plan that you have in front of you. I'm here this evening to present sort of a brief overview of the program that we've developed and answer any questions that you might have. I'll just get into this if that's okay. I think we just want to close in a bit more on that. If you look at the plan left section, it corresponds to the existing lobby at the north end of this building. We are hemmed in by certain considerations here. Obviously, the existing building envelope, but we have an existing column grid and a masonry bearing wall internal to the building that we're obliged to respect. This bearing wall actually ends up working in our favor. And we have a new addition on the north side corresponding to a new sally port for the building with a secure vehicle storage area that will connect the lower and upper existing parking lot portions. Starting on the left-hand side of the page, if you look at the public lobby that we planned, we have anticipated the need for a separate interview room at the uppermost portion there. Some minor seating for the area. This will be a public lobby accessed by, a new mail room and office with receptionist with a secure transaction window. The hardened corridor that you see running through the middle of the building corresponds to some existing skylights that we're expecting. They're represented there with the dashed lines. That is a line that we're trying to respect in our plan layout. Below it, you will find new office suites that we have developed for our police officers, along with a new patrol room and a new evidence processing lab. Above that corridor, you will see our new wet and semi-wet compartments for the new plan that correspond to new restroom layouts and adjoining locker rooms for men and women. Plan right of that, you will observe evidence processing facilities that we've developed at the chief's request. And to the right of that, new private access for officers from the rear of the building. To the extreme right, which is where our hardened masonry wall is that we're obliged to respect, we have a new hardened corridor with secure access, allowing passage to a series of 4 holding cells to the upper portion and several secure interview rooms to the lower portion. The idea of the plan is to provide security in stages. There is access on the plan left side of the building to the balance of the administrative spaces. That will be controlled with special electronic hardware. We're obliged here to try and create as few individual points of access to the building for security reasons. So the dedicated lobby that you see at the upper portion of the building there for officers is what we're trying to make that the singular access point for officers to the new suite. And finally, at the most secure portion, we step into the corridor that accesses our holding cells and secure interview rooms on either side. Finally, we take a ramp down into our new sally port area, where at the far end we have secure space for vehicle storage. Of course, this is just for your internal consideration at the moment, but if there were any questions, I'd be prepared to try and answer them right now.
So I have a question. Are there a significant amount of load-bearing walls being taken out for this design?
No. We did end up, at the request of the chief, as we developed the project, non-load-bearing partitions, we were obliged to largely demolish. We are keeping a portion as a cost-saving measure. The single load-bearing structure beyond the existing column grid, which we're preserving obviously, is the wall inboard of that hallway on the right-hand side of the plan. That is an existing CMU wall construction that originally was the original exterior face of the building. The 2 existing classrooms that are back there right now were obviously added on later. We don't know exactly when.
You're talking about right at the end of the hallway?
Yes, right at the end of the hallway.
We go into what used to be the old
trailers that are.
Exactly.
Okay.
But yes, structurally, everything load bearing, we're leaving in place.
Perfect. Thank you.
Do you have a dollar figure on this?
Yes, can I just touch on that briefly, Jared? So, let me see here. And I only have the broad strokes with me this evening. We'll gladly touch on this if there are any questions. We're available to discuss it. We teamed up with Poole Anderson to do a higher end review of the materials and the construction involved. We came up with a figure of $3,454,000. There were a variety of versions of this that we were looking at with existing and new mechanical for the building. The initial plan to leave the existing NEP on the roof in place, we did not favor because of its age. We really anticipate that you will have problems with that in the future. After discussing it with Jared, there's some comfort level with this number. The savings associated with leaving that in place is not substantial. It really only amounted to about $190,000. So our plan right now is all new mechanical systems for the building and have the police suite completely with its own dedicated systems.
Do you have a time frame?
I don't have a time frame for the construction with me. We were just discussing having our finished drawings ready to go for construction at the end of September.
What, if anything, is happening with the skylights that are in that building?
So structurally, they're being left in place. Our ambition is to simply leave them within that corridor. There is an ongoing investigation into applied ballistic film and its application throughout the building as a security consideration. The existing windows you see on the lower side of the plan here would all receive that treatment. The idea was, because of the accessibility of the roof, we'd also apply that same sort of material on the sides.
Was that a concern for you, Jim?
Yeah, it was. We discussed that. And there was discussion about closing those completely.
And we can also, I simply invite the investigation of the film because there's a possibility there that we might be able to retain some natural daylight in that corridor space, but if the decision is made that, for security purposes, we just cover them over, that is also something we can explore.
When you say cover them over, you mean remove them and just...
We probably wouldn't be removing them, we'd probably simply be framing over them in order to secure them and leave the windows in place, is my expectation.
If we do that to those, why wouldn't we do that to the front windows then also?
We can explore that possibility. Again,
you remove the windows and just close it all in?
There's part of it, that's one of the ideas that we have discussed briefly. Part of the ambition here is to try and allow some natural daylight into the space. If we become obliged to take those out completely, these are going to become pretty somber, enclosed offices for the officers pretty quickly.
It was a cost-saving measure as well. It was a significant difference between taking those out versus applying the ballistic.
Yes.
And we also discussed leaving the elevated windows and bringing the lower, closing off the lower windows.
Well, that's something that we considered, but that in particular, what you're describing is actually the least cost efficient, because at that point we'd be obliged to do new wall construction, new ballistic film, and new window systems with that ballistic film for each one of those spaces.
At that point, eliminate the windows.
It's something that we can consider. And if that's, part of the reason for this discussion is just to see what the board favors.
I think safety was the issue, right, with the windows, I thought.
Yeah, safety concerns, but also the majority of employees that have windows and the natural lighting. I know the skylights are a huge safety concern, and the public lobby area also has glass. There's a concern there. Rooftop access is our concern.
This is all something that we've been in consultation with all of you on. And again, the plan is still evolving, so please, by all means, if anyone wants to weigh in tonight, this is subject to additional revision before final construction drawings.
Jared, what do you recommend?
Acceptance of the floor plan.
And then those details figured out later?
Yeah, there is a schedule. Schedule is actually moved up, and completion for the police wing would bring it to September of 2026. Initially, we were looking at December of 2026, but after our last conference call, it will be moved up.
Moved up?
Yeah.
Forward sooner? No.
We're still talking about doing as much as we can.
We definitely have that option. There's going to be some electrical, plumbing, and obviously the Sally Port would all have to be contracted out. But there is a significant opportunity for cost savings for the non-load bearing walls, kind of like what we did just over the admin building.
So, but what we can save, and we can use for vehicles. So that's the conversations we have with the chief.
And a lot of this floor plan, and Chief, you can lead into this, based on our desire to acquire accreditation for our police department, which does come with some higher standards for the police department. So, Chief, if you want to lead into that.
Yeah, obviously that's why we're rewriting all of our policies to meet PA accreditation standards, and the building has to meet those standards as well. Just like the secure portion of the garage or Sally Port, there has to be a secure, for any type of evidence that we have that we're going to be processing, needs to be secured indoors in a secure facility or secure area. So that's the reason for that closed off area in the Sally Port. Then there's additional accreditation measures that have to be considered for the evidence, long-term evidence, short-term evidence, evidence of exceptional value, things like that. So that's all built into this floor plan. I'd like to say that I really appreciate the efforts Pat and Jared put into this with me. My entire staff really thinks it's a great operational floor plan. And we're very excited to move into that new building. We've outgrown our current building. For those of you that don't know, we have 20 plus officers now, 2 administrative secretaries, and we've outgrown the building many years ago. So, I appreciate these efforts. Thank you.
So with that,
How big is the Sally Port?
That is approximately 50 feet by 50 feet.
Yeah, 55.
So that stays within the subject, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That was a particular point of concern.
Yeah, we talked about it when we did that walkthrough.
Also, another thing to think, consider is the gym is required for accreditation as well.
With respect to the Sally Port, Chief and I actually took a ride up to Pocono Mountain Regional Police, looked at their Sally Port, and gave them some ideas to maximize our space use as well.
Now, is there, the HVAC, is it just in the enclosed one, or is it in the entire Sally Port? Do you guys have that mechanical drawings or no?
We haven't developed all the mechanical drawings yet. But no, I mean, this would be new HVAC that would extend over the entire building, or extend over, pardon me, the entire portion of the building that you see here.
Okay. So my only concern that was previously discussed was the HVAC in the open Sally Port. So initially, this suggestion of a singular Sally Port came from me because that singular Sally Port could be HVAC controlled, so that when the detectives are, searching cars and vehicles, they can have temperature controlled environments. My concern was the HVAC in the rest of the Sally Port because the cars are running and the doors would have to be left open because of emissions. So then we're essentially just wasting money on HVAC, on heat and air. That was initially my concern.
That's a higher level mechanical concern that we would be investigating as we move forward. But it is something that we can, I mean, just for the purposes of ventilation, we could resolve something to improve the air quality in there without any concern about those doors being open while cars are.
Okay. Perfect.
So ultimately, when we were looking at cost savings, the upper radiant heat was the cheapest.
Something, just to make sure that we conserve the taxpayer money that we're spending with that area.
Yeah, the radiant heat was the cheapest. Obviously, we wouldn't put any air conditioning in the garage. That was our cheapest option versus having to put up thicker walls to enclose just one area versus the fence, like PMR does.
So we are going to heat and cool that entire salad court,
No, just heat.
just heat.
Yeah. Well, it would run along the side and upper area of it. It's just radiant heat.
It heats up the structures.
Yeah.
There's a car and it heats that, and that kind of radiates off of that, but still sucking the exhaust fumes out, and that's heat regular.
That was my concern.
In the middle of August, they're gonna be looking at a car and sweating to death? Or how do they cool off in the middle of the summer?
Well, so initially, these first 2 days were for the driving of the officers. If they were stopping in, if they were transporting someone into the building. And I had said about having a secondary sally port that was fully temperature controlled for if it's August or December, that way the officers were not uncomfortable in searching the vehicles. But these are drive-throughs essentially. And my concern was the doors will stay open because you can't close the doors with the cars running because of emissions. So if we heat it or cool it, we're going to be sucking all that right out the door.
Well,
Wasting money.
at the firehouse, we closed the bay doors when we're working on fire trucks.
With the
Trucks running, and we got the hoses to the exhaust vacuums.
And that would be fine as long as we have some kind of emissions control.
Well, that's my
So
point. I mean,
keep
that system could be installed in there, and you can close the doors and heat it up, and close the doors and cool it off, and have the exhaust gases removed just like we do with fire.
Those trucks are running, they're running in for a fire. Those doors are down, those trucks are running, there's no.
I just want to make sure we have a system in place in doing this,
Right.
you know?
I would think that would just be, it would just make sense to do that.
I'm also confident that our battery backup system in these new cars are
I'm
going
hoping
to,
so too,
we'll
but,
be able to shut them down.
but.
It not only our computer.
As of right now.
But is there something else that we can plug into for, is it auxiliary power, once it's.
Yeah, we'll
in
have
there,
options.
Yeah.
We'll have options.
Then even the older ones can be shut off.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll have options.
There are options for Kuzma plugs, kind of like the fire company uses. Once it gets started, it pops the plug right out the side.
Anything else?
So the $3 million figure that you were.
3.5.
3.5.
3.5. I wrote down wrong. I had 1.5. Yeah, I do too. What is that built with everything in it, or is
Built
that?
including all of, and it's just our projected estimate. But that includes all the construction that you see here, including the adjoining site work, where we're connecting the parking lots together and all the mechanical for the building.
And how are we financing that?
That'll be through bond. So we will do the wrap-up financing, like what we had discussed when we first purchased this building, because we had taken out the short-term financing. So this will be wrap-up financing, combining the purchase for this building and the improvements to the police building in one bond.
So we bought everything for, if I'm remembering right, $5 million, right? We bought 2 properties at once, and this would make our debt $8 million? Are we within our debt? Is Leo there? Are we within our debt?
I'm right here.
Are we within our debt limit? We're only allowed to borrow so much?
I would have to refer to the bond council, but I think we're well within our limit.
So we were approved initially for 16 million.
Correct.
The debt ordinance that we currently have on the books now that was created 3 years ago was for 10 million. So yes, we'd still be within our debt ordinance.
And then our budget is much, does our budget show payments on this
Yes.
8 million? We included these 3 already, or we
Well,
have?
it doesn't show now.
Right,
so are we paying on what we had taken out last year? Yes.
Yes, but this would be, how much more of a payment is this? And are we gonna have to raise taxes to pay it? That's my question.
No, that's built in there, that's what we passed 3 years ago.
Passing up to 10 million.
Yeah, the tentative payment would be $668.
And approving this floor plan would not lock us into.
No, that'll be different, that'll be the next presentation to bond council.
The $3.5 million, to be clear, is based on an architect's estimate on all outside contractors.
That's correct.
So we'll save half, well, a significant portion of that.
I was just gonna ask her, do you know off the top of your head what the estimate was for the admin side? That was the projection,
5.5.
5.5, how much did we spend?
Give or take, it'll be about, we're still waiting on more bills to come in, but we're gonna be looking at about $650,000.
So we can expect this 3.5 to potentially go down.
Maybe not to the same.
Yeah,
Maybe not to the same scale, because there's some superstructure,
Yeah.
there's superstructure involved in this, but there will be savings.
Okay.
We'll do our best.
Is that
We trust you.
Is that
It is
wood
pretty
floor?
creative. It is pretty creative.
Is that wood floor under the whole building? The whole existing building?
Not under this entire suite. Actually, the masonry wall that I was pointing out before. I'm sorry. If you look at the plan, the right side,
Yeah.
that hallway that you see running top to bottom right there, the outboard wall of that is an existing CMU construction.
Right.
Everything to the north of that on the plan is actually a 4-inch concrete slab.
Everything to the plan board?
Pardon me. Well, on the plan, everything to the right-hand side. Of that.
So the interview rooms and the holding cells and all is all concrete.
That's what I was worried about. The whole-
Yeah. Little short back with that too.
This is wood, right? That's all wood there.
Yes.
Which actually was my favorite.
So the walls and training rooms and supply.
It actually it ended up working out in our favor for the purposes of repositioning some of the plumbing fixtures.
Makes a lot.
So I'll make a motion to accept the police floor plan as presented by Kim O'Brien. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried. Thank you very much.
So-
Thank you very much.
You ready? Trap Event Center, waiver requests.
Can I just interrupt, because I'm not, we already approved these, right? These are just, are we re-voting, or is this just a presentation?
This is presentation and voting, I believe.
I thought we were just here
for discussion. I guess there was questions last time on some of the ordinance for the waivers. Obviously, you're just answering questions.
This is for the waivers, we did not vote on the waivers.
Oh, I thought they were all included. Okay.
I think there was initial discussion, and I believe there was some additional questions, and I'm just here to answer any questions.
Well, let's go from the top to the bottom. The first one is the current title search, and I recommend by PC as a planning commission, actually?
Yes.
Yes.
So why are we waiving the current title search?
The subdivision land development ordinance is requesting a title search for the property. The properties have been owned and operated by TRAP for multiple years, so there's no reason.
It's all Mr.
They're both TRAP Enterprise and combining lots, so we see no need for a new title search for that.
I'll make a motion that we waive 390.29.J, bracket 6, for a current title search. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried.
The second is the need for environmental site assessment. One was conducted on the site for the hotel and for the restaurant back in January 2014. The new project is just adjacent to it, in wooded areas. We see no need for an an updated environmental assessment for the site.
Does the planning commission agree to that, John?
Planning commission did, as did, T&M engineer.
Make a motion to grant the waiver for 390-29 K, bracket 3 for the environmental site assessment. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion.
John, you recommended this also? Did you?
I don't recommend, I'm okay with it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried. Parking islands?
Yes, for the proposed parking area, trees are required for each island. We plan on putting them in all except the island that is housing a underground detention system. We just don't want the roots to go down into the underground detention system, so we're asking for a waiver to not provide one in that area.
That was also agreed to by the planning commission. I'll agree to approve the waiver from 390.55.C.2.E, parking islands. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion?
I just want to clarify, it's just that one?
Yes.
Where's that information? No, I
See it on the plan here?
I'm okay with it, I just.
The numbers are different here, so what numbers are we
I'm
reading?
not following, asking.
The numbers on the agenda differ from the letter.
I'm sorry, I'm reading the letter, yeah, that was 3 there still, yes. Parking islands.
So I want the minutes to reflect the proper numbers.
Is this the proper number?
Yeah.
390.55.C.2.E?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
The numerical order of them two was 3, and that was 3 on our list. I don't know if that was the issue.
That's going off the comment letter from T&M.
Yeah.
And this is an underground retention basin. So
Correct.
Naturally.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want a tree roots growing down into the retention.
Oh, 100%.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried. Next, sir, street trees.
Yes, looking for a waiver for planting street trees along 611 for the hotel area. For the hotel itself, we were granted a waiver to provide 5 trees. Only 1 was planted, so we're going to plant the other 4. We just want to make sure we can obtain that waiver. There isn't any room to put any other trees. There's only 4 or 5 islands along 611 that we can plant the trees.
I'll make a motion to agree to waiver 390.55.D.1.A and E, street trees. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carried. Buffer along property line?
Yes, this is again along 611. There's a 40-foot corridor plan left along there's a corridor. What we're doing in that area is bringing all the utilities up. We have stormwater coming down from the site. We have water, sewer, and gas coming up to the site in that area. So we're looking for a waiver to not be able to provide any plantings in that 40-foot buffer so they don't disturb the utilities.
This was also agreed to by the planning commission, right? John?
Yes. It also references the rear and side property lines, but they are saying that they are wooded, which is permitted to be utilized instead of a buffer.
I had a question on that.
I believe it's the northeast area of the site that we would be looking for.
Right, so I understand there's a north side beyond the bank, but there's a north side along the driveway going into the hotel. Which north side are we talking about? Do they need trees along the drive coming in front of the bank, or on the other side, there's already trees, or I could understand you wouldn't need them? So, because they happen along the strip beyond the bank, I believe.
Do you have a copy of the landscaping plan that you can show the board?
Which strip are we talking about then? I wasn't sure what,
So it would be up in this area here, the north portion.
it's all north, so are we talking
The plan. Yeah. bank is right here. Yeah, the bank,
Okay, so.
the north would be up in this area. Here's the road there, going up. So it'd be up in this
Okay,
area.
so I was.
Yeah, the bank's on the left.
Oh, so north is on the other side
So-
of the side.
Yeah, north is going, southwest to northeast.
See where the disturbance line is?
It'd be up in west.
That's all trees.
Yeah. It's all just-
But where is that? What's,
See the.
611, so
where's
the
the
hotel.
hotel?
The hotel's right here, so it'd be above the hotel.
What's the square underneath where you?
Right here would be the new event center.
Let's see.
And below that's the bank.
Yes, and the bank,
Where's the bank?
the bank would be, to the west, to the west.
So you don't need trees going in that driveway? That's what I thought the north
Yeah.
boundary was.
Yeah. It
That's
would be
not-
just for this area.
Got it.
So I'll make a motion to approve waiver 390.55.f.3.e buffers along the property line. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Abstain.
Motion carried.
And the last waiver we have on here is the request for the depth of 24 inches limiting zone between the limiting zone or the water, groundwater or rock that we hit and the underground detention system. The site has a lot of rock. For the hotel, we had the same issue and we requested the same waiver and we did obtain it. We've had no issues there with the stormwater. So we're looking for a waiver for that. And we are in coordination with the Conservation District. We have talked to them about it, and if there's any issues, we'll coordinate with your engineer to make sure we meet compliance.
I have a question on that for John. My understanding is that they have to over excavate it, right? Go down deeper than maybe they would normally have to instead of, hopefully they don't have to blast, but, right? But-
Correct. What,
We
they have to
will,
over excavate, and as long as they hit fractured rock, they're gonna put it back in where it's termed amended soil, and everything should be fine. That's what they did at the hotel site.
and we are over excavating 4 feet.
So we believe the geology should be similar since they're close, very close to one another. So if, in the event that they are not, there is an alternative that can be done. So, which is called an MRC system, which we've discussed with the applicant, they're aware of it. And they're prepared to pursue that if necessary, but we won't know until we get through the construction phase.
So I didn't understand, so we're talking over excavating and then this says 24 inches and to me that's not
Yeah.
very deep, but
That's all that's required. You gotta over excavate, and then once you get down to where you need to be in the rock, then you have to put in 24 inches of amended fill. And then you build your infiltration system on top of that amended fill.
and that's an accepted alternative, right? to-
As long as the rock is fractured, yes.
I'll make a motion to approve waiver 365-11A.2.A SMO, minimum depth of 24 inches between base and bottom and limiting zones. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried.
I believe there's one more on here for boundary survey.
Yeah.
I believe that was done by another engineer, but I'm familiar with it where I can talk to it for Trap Enterprise. The boundary survey waiver is based on the project area and the parcel area. Parcel area for the larger parcel is over 75 acres. I want to say it's 79 total. So there's a request in there that it would be needed if it's in that area. So they're looking for a waiver for not having to do the boundary for that large parcel.
The ability to be taught setbacks.
Yeah, it's just we're doing a subdivision for that.
I'll make a waiver to approve waiver 390-22 boundary survey, brackets 2054, Route 611, minor subdivision. Mike, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Abstain.
Motion carried.
Thank you guys, appreciate it.
So we have 611 Land Development Plan, LLC for the Durham Grand Hotel.
Leo, before we start this, I also thought we had approved some of these things, and now are we re-voting on something we've already voted on?
I don't know yet. I haven't heard the presentation. I don't know if the plan is changing or what the situation is. Is the plan changing?
It is reduced,
Yeah, so it's different. It's a different, that's what I'm for.
And Leo, the subdivision, we did receive the official withdrawal letter on Friday.
Well, that part of it, yeah, okay, I understand that, but I'm saying, from some of the earlier correspondence that I've looked at before tonight's meeting, saw some of these requests were being changed.
Yes, the parking lot has changed, the loading area has changed, and I believe the room count has changed, is that right?
Yeah.
Room count stayed the same.
The number of parking.
Pulling back.
The number of parking that's got reduced.
To, 126, we still see both Hamilton and Pocono Township requirements.
Commissioner, I mean, that, I think it's an appropriate question, because then if it is the exact same request that we acted on, yes, we can vote on it, and motion on it, yes. But if it's a different, somehow altered or modified, then it's a different request. Sir?
We want to pass something, so now we're unpassing it, so that would be undoing something we've already done.
Undoing something that was already done, that is correct.
And we need to submit a formal letter on that subdivision withdrawal. I know it was.
Jury said you had to.
We did receive the official withdrawal of the subdivision on Friday.
Good evening, my name is Joe Stachokis. I'm the Vice President of DevCo Infra. We're the design engineers for 611 land development for the dual brand hotel by Marriott being proposed on our 46-acre parcel of land. As Jared mentioned, we did withdraw our minor subdivision plan that originally was creating 2 lots onto this property. The proposed project now is just to move forward with land development plans, just to develop a hotel on the overall parcel of land. What I provided to you was, we have 4 waiver requests for the proposed development. Waiver 2 pertains to, the first 2 waivers are waivers with regards to the stormwater management ordinance, not the subdivision land development. And it's section 365-10I buffers, section 365-10I 8 streams A, B, and C. So within, for waivers 2 and 3, if you open up, there's a 11 by 17 pull out there that identifies the proposed development. So, I know a few months ago, I was in front of the board, and it was the meeting that I think there were some technical issues from, as far as the public couldn't hear it on the telephone or the computer. So, the board did approve the waiver, these waiver requests at that meeting. However, the plan has been revised from the standpoint that I eliminated some of the parking spaces. So I eliminated some of the parking spaces that were along our access drive here. The loading dock, the loading zone was also reduced in size to reduce the amount of impact to the stream and wetland buffers. What we ended up doing is, Hamilton Township doesn't have a requirement for having interior parking spaces within their parking lot, where Pocono does. All of our parking's in Hamilton, so we were able to eliminate the interior landscape islands we had to maintain 126 spaces, which exceeds what the township requirement is.
Are you saying there's no parking in Pocono?
There is no parking in Pocono at all. All the parking is situated within Hamilton. The only thing is,
There's one space.
or one space, sorry, right next to the loading dock.
One and a half.
And And that space, it's actually designed to, Hamilton requires larger parking spaces. They require 10 by 20. So that handout that I gave you, the red area represents the stream buffer impact. So one of the requirements of the ordinance is the minimum stream buffer is 50 feet. Based upon our topography, there's a formula that's in the ordinance that the buffers as shown on these plans, it's a 100-foot buffer as provided. So the red area represents the total disturbance within the stream buffer. And on the plan, within Pocono Township, we're looking at a disturbance of 6,956 square feet, of which 1,306 square feet is pertaining to the sidewalk that the Planning Commission requested us put in along 611 from our driveway going towards Bartonsville Ave. Within that 1,306 square feet of disturbance, 422 square feet will be the concrete sidewalk itself. Within our development site, the remaining disturbance is 5,569 square feet, of which 1,387 square feet of impervious coverage is proposed, and the residual area of 4,182 is the embankment to create our access drive. Our access drive is limited as far as where we could actually construct it. All of the impervious that is proposed within our development, within that stream buffer, is being collected and conveyed to our underground stormwater management infiltration system, so that there is no impervious coverage that will actually drain back into that well.
So your loading zones are still in the buffer areas?
The loading zone is still in the buffer areas, correct, but the drainage from that pavement is actually collected by the proposed storm sewers. There's a new inlet right adjacent to that dumpster on the sketch plan 3. That's where all that water would drain, and then that gets conveyed to the underground system that we have out in front of our hotel underneath the parking lot. And not only does we have an infiltration basin, all the inlets actually have water quality filters on them. They're actually cartridge filters that reduce the nitrate and phosphate within the stormwater before it even goes into our infiltration system.
How often will they be checked and tested and changed?
They have to be inspected every quarter, and then after every rain event of 3 inches of rain.
Does that report get reported to the township?
That, I know we'll have to have a developer's agreement written up, but that is part of the post-stormwater maintenance requirements per the MPDS permit.
So these loading zones are impervious surfaces, right, within the buffer?
Correct, yes they are.
So, if I did the calculation right, there's 1,809 square feet of impervious going in the buffer.
That is correct. And of which, if you flip to the second page, we're removing between the existing houses, the garages, the sheds, chicken coops, and gravel driveways, we're actually removing more impervious coverage than what we're proposing, that are currently within the buffer areas. And those areas are going to be vegetated.
So just to put it in context, this room is 2,832 square feet. So just over half the size of this room. And the rest is going to still function exactly as it does today, because there is zero difference between what you're doing as far as grading and putting it back. You're going to put it back in natural grasses that aren't going to be maintained. They're not going to be mowed. They're not going to be
correct. They're going to actually, in the toe of our impact is actually 50 feet from the stream or wetland buffer. It's because of the topography across the upstream, you have to look at 300 feet above the boundaries of the wetlands and streams, and because that our lot goes roughly about 115 feet in elevation, that it climbs from 611 all the way to our northern property line, we exceed that, and that's what kicks us into having a 100-foot buffer.
agree that, I know you're feeling on buffers too, some of them. You agree that what was it, 6,956 square feet, only 1,800 of it won't function as a buffer when it's done?
Yes, I checked that closely.
And the two smaller wetland areas that are in question with this buffer pertains to the larger wetland, the initial wetland boundary is only 3,869 square feet. The other wetland that's down towards 611 is 450 square feet. When you actually do the entire buffer, it actually creates an area of 84,000 square feet. It's over 2 acres of ground because of offsetting the property lines by 100 foot.
And again, let's go back, a wetland buffer, there's been speculation that a wetland buffer is anything different than ground. It is not. If it was hybrid soil, if it was hydrologically protected, and had wetland plants, it would be a wetland, not a wetland buffer.
It would be part of the wetlands, that's correct.
Leo, before we go further, should we approve the plan here, the waivers for the plans, or just deal with the waivers one at a time?
If I can, just ask Joe.
Yes.
Yeah, a question or two. Let's deal with each individual waiver. Waiver 2, as you proposed it concerning the streams.
Correct.
Is that the same or a different waiver than you have previously proposed?
It's actually a reduced square footage of impact.
Okay.
The original buffer request included all of the disturbance that was going to occur for the demolition of the existing house, gravel driveways, chicken coop, shed, and garage that was on the property. Based upon those activities, actually are permitted uses within the buffer, because we're restoring that to a natural vegetated state. So that's why that got reduced. The other component that impacted the reduction of square footage was we eliminated 8 parking spaces that was along our access drive that was situated in Pocono Township, and I reduced the size of the loading zone.
The reason I'm asking is this board took action on the original waivers.
Correct, they did.
So we would need a motion to rescind the original waiver that was granted.
But,
and if the board, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because of the technical difficulties that you had at the meeting, that they never were officially approved.
Yeah, if you were at the meeting.
Leo, this was part of the meeting that was overturned.
Meeting that was overturned.
Yeah. So we had to vote on everything again.
Then they came back and we tabled it.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you.
So if you remember, all the motions that night were overturned, so technically everything.
Well,
that night
they
was
were invalid. They were invalid because the meeting was invalid.
Right.
But we did vote on other things after that, like the subdivision.
Which they're rescinding.
No, but that was voted in a regular public meeting. That doesn't have to be rescinded. It will be when we get to it. We're not doing that. I want to deal with one at a time, make sure we have the procedure correct, make sure the minutes are correct. And so waiver 2, as I understand it, is a similar waiver to what was acted upon at a meeting that was an invalid void meeting because of the lack of an ability for public participation and the remote component did not work. And we redid all the ordinances and everything else. So that's a void, invalid action of this board. So what we need this evening would be, in the first instance, a motion concerning waiver 2 of the appropriate section buffers regarding streams. When the board is prepared to act.
I have a question before we vote on anything.
No, we have, yes, go ahead.
With undoing the subdivision, when we last left, I had a pending question out there that has yet to be answered. And that was, if subdivided, would Hamilton get the taxes on that parcel? And that has never been answered for me. Now, I know they're taking it back, right? So you would think it's not an issue, but at any point in time, they can vote to subdivide that, and it may be an issue. So I would still like an answer to my question of several weeks ago. And my understanding, talking to the county was, if that gets subdivided, and I know you pulled it back, but if it were in the future to be subdivided, we would need an intergovernmental agreement that says Pocono gets the taxes and not Hamilton, and Hamilton would have to agree to that. Otherwise, we're right back in the same situation where we're gonna do this and not get any taxes should down the road they subdivide. And they have that right.
Really? Absolutely, yeah.
But that would also have to go in front of the BOC to approve that subdivision.
Yeah, but if they comply with all the ordinances, there's no reason to deny.
That's my.
As it sits now, it's still a number 12 parcel, so the tax money will go to Pocono Township. If there is an intergovernmental agreement element, right, it would have to be between Pocono and Hamilton.
Right.
And ultimately, it would be up to Hamilton. I don't see why they wouldn't want the tax money in there.
Why would they say, why would they not? Why would they say yes?
That's what I'm saying, so I think it's a potential that we have.
But here's the thing, at the end of the day, in all actuality, they could still proceed with subdivision, they could make the hotel a little bit smaller to keep it in Hamilton, and there would be absolutely zero impact in Pocono at all. So, by doing this, what we're doing now, and allowing it to stay one parcel and reverse the subdivision and accept the subdivision, the rescinding subdivision, Pocono has everything to gain right now. Right? Because what's the worst that's gonna happen if they subdivide in the future, they're gonna pay us taxes on the loading zone. And we're gonna lose the hotel revenue, but again, they can just change their plan right now and develop the whole thing without Pocono.
Right.
So we're at least gaining something in the meantime.
And I wanna add two things to that. Number one, that 1,809 square feet that I came up with, 422 of it is being caused by us. Yeah, we require them to put a sidewalk in, well, we have to give them the buffer to dig in.
The sidewalk is also tied to the safety enhancement too, that would have to come for Wawa and also the old post office as well.
And then the second thing is, we lose all private investment into that intersection. And people complain about traffic tonight. Part of the reason is that Martinsville had traffic light. We have a grant to do it, but we're out of money for the engineer, right? So the 300 something, the 1.1 million that Jim Earl's putting into that intersection, as part of the Wawa project, hinges on this project. So we don't approve this, we lose that, both of those things too. And potentially, the people who are under contract at the, Warren.
That's correct.
For, what's that, Albert, Robert, is that right?
Barnesville, yeah, Allerger.
Allerger.
Barnesville Avenue. Route
Another
6.
commercial development that we would lose. For what amounts to 1,387 square feet of impervious coverage in the wetland buffer. That is not required by DEP. DEP does not have wetland buffers. We do.
So my question is, that would happen, right?
Well, yes, it could happen. You're talking about revenues on a development which is 90% in our neighboring sister municipality. Those are revenues that Pocono Township did not have on the development component of it. So, I mean, depending on how you frame the issue, or is Pocono Township losing revenues, or is Pocono Township just not getting any additional revenues?
But as of today, if we approve the plan as presented tonight, Pocono would get all the tax money.
That's up to the developer.
Well, I mean, I don't set currently, the tax structure is the properties under Pocono.
Correct.
When we go for a building permit, if the county changes the tax structure by Hamilton, because the building lies within Hamilton, I don't have any control of that at all.
Correct. Today you're coming to Pocono, is that correct?
Excuse me?
Today you're coming to Pocono Township for that permit, for that building permit.
No,
Hotel permit.
It's duly permitted between both towns.
It'll be a dual permit.
Yep.
Right.
But we get the tax from Hamilton.
Right now, it's 12 feet apart.
And we don't know, is the answer really, we don't
mean,
If subdivided.
Again, the bigger picture is we're gonna lose, the tax revenue that we know is coming. Over 1,300 square feet.
Not with that, developing a piece of property, it was like a piece of trash right now. Building for the last 10 years falling down.
And I can add.
Correct.
I can add more, and I think I shared these plans with you, Joe. This was fully permitted. DEP does not have wetland buffers, period. However, if you're gonna fill a wetland, you need a permit from DEP. This wetland in 2017 was fully permitted to be filled. 100% of it. Now we're looking at 1,387 square feet.
Going back to 2018.
Of a buffer that's between 50 and 100 foot. We're still maintaining a 50-foot buffer. It's just that difference between 50 and 100.
That's 3/100 of an acre.
One at a time, then? Pardon? One at a time?
Yeah, I would do one at a time. I think he's only addressed the streams. Have you correct? Or Joe?
That's correct.
This one is streams.
I'll make a motion to approve waiver number 2, section 365-10, bracket 1, buffers, section 365.10, bracket I, 8 streams A, B, and C. Is there a second?
Just for clarification, it should be I, not 1, after 10.
Second.
I'll accept that, so it's I. After you make the motion, Leo?
No, you can accept that.
You accepted it?
Yes.
And who was the second?
I did.
Brian? Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays?
Nay.
Motion carried. Joseph?
The second waiver request was waiver 3, and that's pertaining to section 365-10I buffer, section 365.10I6, wetlands A, B, and C. Based upon the stormwater management ordinance, Pocono Township requires wetland buffers, and because of the topography similar to the streams, our wetland buffer is 100 foot shown within Pocono Township property. Hamilton's different, theirs is a total of 75 feet. What we're looking at, based upon our proposed development, we're looking at a total disturbance of the wetland buffer of 3,398 square feet, which represents on sketch SK3, the green area on the plan. And majority of it is pertaining to where our loading zone is and part of our pavement for our driveway, and a small portion of the grading of our embankment of that impervious area.
Did the planning commission approve this count?
Yes.
And you also agree?
I agree with the calculations. It's really a policy.
I'll make a motion to approve waiver 3, section 365-10I buffers, and section 365.10I6 wetlands, A, B, and C. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Brian. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carried.
The second part of that, first one was the stream.
I'm a nay on that.
The second packet I provided you was pertaining to the waivers 4 and 5. Included at the back of that package is a photo key map and actually photos walking the site. So pertaining to section 390-55F1A, all subdivision land and land development shall be landscaped with proper land buffers to act as integrated new development into its surroundings. We're not proposing to disturb along our property line of the project. So if you look on the site plan here, this whole area, all the vegetation from here all the way over to the property line, which is almost 300 feet away, is going to remain wooded as it is today. Per the ordinance, because of our disturbance, the ordinance would require us to plant 12 canopy trees and 6 ornamental. we are proposing to plant a few trees along that. We're doing 3 canopy and 2 ornamental, but we want to take credit for the existing trees that are going to remain there. And based upon the submission that I provided, my calculation for just within the first 100 foot of our disturbed area, we have the equivalent of 54 trees that is going to be retained there. So that waiver 4 is pertaining to the west side of the property. The waiver 5 pertains to disturbance north of our proposed constructed wetland basin. Now that area between our limited of work to our northern property line is almost 600 feet to that boundary. That whole area is actually part of the preservation area. That's part of the land development plans. That's going to remain in preservation for the remainder of this property. The overall preservation between the existing wetland and stream buffers, the riparian buffers per NPDES permit, and the steep slope preservation areas, we're actually putting, it's almost 20 acres of the site in preservation. So it's roughly almost 50% of the property is going to be in preservation.
I'll make a motion to approve waiver 4 and 5, section 390-55.f, bracket A, bracket 1, bracket A, landscape property line, table 390-55-1, 10 foot wide buffer, section 390-55.f, bracket 3, bracket G, existing healthy trees, in section 390-55.b, bracket 3, existing trees. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Natasha. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried.
Just stay here for, I think, next on the agenda.
No, actually, we have a presentation by the hospital. Well, when you start moving the agenda around, we get in trouble with the sunshine law. I don't wanna get in trouble, so Joseph, hang in there. You're on the clock, right? That way was mine. Yeah, well, hey, make it up tomorrow, win league. Golden Slipper Road, HOP and road closure detour.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Yeah, good evening.
And thank you for your time this evening.
You
One of our
mic up a little bit?
Yes.
Taller than the last guy.
Oops.
Don't break it. Brand new.
One of our team members is actually flying in from Texas and had her flight delayed. She left the Philadelphia airport right before this meeting started and informed us that she would be here a little, approximately 10 after 8.
Okay.
I was going to ask this board's indulgence to amend the agenda to move us to the end of the meeting, if that's something you would consider. Although I just heard your comments about amending the agenda. We are ready to present right now, but we would prefer.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to amend the agenda, so, Lehigh Valley Hospital, can talk about Golden Slipper Road to the end of the meeting because of a colleague, that's running late from the plane trip. For a second?
I'll second.
Second by, Ellen, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Joseph, you're back up with that. You're back on the block.
So before the board is the approval of the land development plans for the Dual Brand Hotel by Marriott.
Yeah.
Knowing that it's conditioned upon the latest review letter from the township engineer.
You got the planning commission approve this, right? I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2025-07, granting conditional approval of the dual brand hotel plan, bracket LDP 1401. Is there a second? Second by Mike. Is there a discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Anybody here from Canonsville Point? Nobody here, huh? What's your favor, Mr. Bell?
It's just a sewage plan.
Yeah, it's sewage plan
procedural.
Is it?
Yes. Planning commission already signed off on it, which is good, they said we're supposed to be government.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2025-22, sewage planning module for Cannonsville Point, LPD 1358. Is there a second?
Second.
And we just have some discussion from that.
Yeah, I just want to let the board know that the Tannersville Point project reserved 281 sewer units as well, so that modular is moved to the DEP with Pocono Township. Will serve that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried. I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2025-23, granting one-year extension of time for resolution 2024-08 for the Urban Development LLC. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. This is for the new Wawa there.
Correct.
And this is because we need to approve the plans for the other side of the road, I believe.
That's part of it. There's a lot that went with it. With the safety enhancement, they're still waiting on the
The
plan.
HOP, do they get an HOP from the state?
I don't believe they have. There's still a slew of permits that they're still waiting for, so this is needed.
I can report that they've actually submitted their sewer paperwork as well to the DEP and they paid for their fees for the project.
So this delay is not their fault, right? They're waiting on.
Outside the.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried. And I'll make a motion to purchase gym equipment and a 3-year preventative maintenance from Life Fitness PA's co-star vendor in the amount of $142,602.75. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion?
I have a question. I know when we initially were talking about the gym, we were talking about leasing the equipment rather than buying it. Is there a reason we switched to now buying it versus leasing it?
There was, no co-stars vendors, willing to lease and, preventative maintenance for all of the, equipment to line up together. All the same brand.
So the preventative maintenance for every piece of equipment is 3 years, it looks like?
Yes.
Lena, did you look at this agreement?
The only thing I've seen is the brochure on the equipment. I haven't seen the agreement. I looked at the other agreements, but not necessarily this one.
I presume, like, you need to look over it to make sure, what does this 3-year cover and what doesn't it cover, and
Well, Jared, can you answer that question? I mean, a 3-year preventative maintenance plan is what it stands for, correct? Something breaks, they'll fix it.
Yes, that is for,
And this is like buying a warranty, if you go buy a washer somewhere, and the first thing you wanna do is sell you a.
it does come with a warranty, but this is for them to come in and service, the units twice a year as well.
Is that in the package, Jared? I'm sorry, I don't.
That is in the packet that's in front of you. Right?
The red outline.
Right here, there.
No, the red outline. Yeah. No, the red outline.
what's the tariff surcharge? When we buy steel, it has to be American steel. Steel Procurement Act, is this American steel?
I mean, they are co-stars and first of all vendor.
So, is this the only co-star vendor that was shopped for this equipment?
No, we did reach out to, another, provider. Life Fitness was the only one who'd be able to provide all of the equipment, matching its name. Long-term, leasing was more expensive.
There were lists generated.
It seems to me like a lot of the equipment's redundant. I mean, treadmills are
Yeah.
$10,000
I mean, the difference is between commercial and residential use ultimately. We did have, JJ, Mark from the police department, included on the floor plan as well, and, thanks to Rob Bishop, he used to own Elevations. Brian had donated his time to come in and work with our life fitness rep to put together a plan that works for everyone. Again, this is not for just the police department, this is for police, fire, public works, and the admin staff. So this is a little bit of something to get everyone.
This is not the kind of equipment you're gonna buy at Dick's. No, this is the real deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you have in front of you is a quote. They even say at the bottom of the last page, it's not a contract, so we haven't had a contract yet. So my suggestion is that if you like the quote, then you approve the quote subject to review, receipt and review of a formal contract with the appropriate terms and conditions to be acted upon at our first meeting in July.
The only thing with that, Leo, is probably right with the 3 year preventative maintenance is probably rolled into that 142, so that we're, that is right, Chair?
It is.
So, if you
3
approve
years.
that,
3 year preventative maintenance, 2 visits per year. Renew it.
Look, I mean, we can poll the board informally if they are satisfied with the quote and say, okay, we like your quote, now send us a formal contract. And we'll review it and then act upon it. And this way you're just saying, look, it's the formal bid. If you like the quote.
then we're really not buying anything.
All you're getting is a contract to review and then make the decision about it.
I personally would prefer that, I would like you to look at the contract. This is what's like, they come out twice a year, for this, for preventive maintenance, so they come out 6 times, so. That's it.
Then I'll, rescind my motion. Not going to rescind your second.
I'll rescind my second.
Then we'll just get more information, get the contract, hardened, and then we vote on it next meeting.
If they can explain that tariff surcharge, because that makes me nervous that we're paying tariff on the American steel.
Might be on the electronics.
Okay, moving on, consent agenda, make a motion to approve the consent agenda for the following items. Old business consisting of the minutes of June 2nd, 2025, regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners, and financial transactions for June 16th, 2025, as presented, including ratification of expenditures in the amount of $421,925.88 for the following accounts. General funds for operations, gross payroll, capital reserves, construction fund, and transfers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike, discussion.
Yeah, I guess a point of order, if you would, I don't believe the minutes are correct that we're approving, so I think we need to look at that. And also, the minutes from our last meeting, May 13th meeting, are incorrect, and I think those need to be changed. So I don't know if you want to take this one at a time, we'll do the minutes separate.
Well, what seems to be the problem? You say they're not right, what's not right?
I'll tell you. So, these particular minutes, the motion for the truck, okay, was not on, as stated, was not on the agenda. So I believe we have a procedural issue with that. So that's one thing we need to keep in mind. I have to mark it up. On the agenda of the last meeting for the truck was the same exact motion that was on there on May 13th, the motion to approve purchase of the truck and the outfit. And that motion, as Monica mentioned in her public comment, turned into a motion to spend money and paint the truck a color that we had already voted on.
We didn't vote on the color.
We did.
We voted on the upfit. And then at the last meeting, we voted to also, which was a whole different, set of votes.
Yeah, so maybe we need to go back to the 13th before we do this. But I heard this up, so I could remember. But at the May 13th board meeting, we adopted a motion to purchase the truck and outfit with an amendment that explicitly excluded the option of green paint. We had a big discussion, the motion was amended. That amendment is not reflected in the May 13th minutes. We discussed paint, because Brian particularly said we didn't think taxpayers should have to pay for that.
I made a motion to paint the truck green.
I'm not talking about that meeting yet. I'm talking about the May 13th. Okay, now Leo gave us a legal opinion, which I happen to disagree with because of procedure. Okay, I'm not saying you can't paint the truck green, I'm saying the procedure we used was not the proper procedure. We changed the prior vote. Okay, on June 2nd, we made a motion and reversed the decision to not paint it green, to paint it green. Okay, I raised an objection at that meeting, which went basically ignored, and that.
We should ignore it, because we asked Leo at that meeting if everything was correct when the motion was presented, after Patrick explained what it was, and the motion was made, and it was voted on, and I think you asked for Leo's opinion right before we voted, or something before.
Was that what we told you? And then you'll understand it better. I raised a point of order. I said I didn't think we should revote on that. Okay, and yes, Leo said something to the effect of it wasn't the same thing. I disagree, and the solicitor does not override our rules. So I believe Leo was mistaken, and perhaps because the minutes were wrong and it wasn't spelled out there, I don't know. I think he was mistaken. The motion should have been to amend something previously adopted, and we didn't require notice, so it should have been a 2/3 vote, which is of the entire board, so that would have meant a vote of 3, and it was 2-1. So there are several procedural things that happened on the 13th that were not accurate, that I believe we need to call back the June 2nd motion, because I don't think it was valid, and do it, and if you want to green, then do it the proper way, and make it green. But we didn't follow the proper rules, it's invalid, and it's subject to.
Well, you're entitled to your opinion, but I'm to be honest with you. We had an opinion, you asked even for a legal opinion, which I thought you needed board's approval. You brought it to my attention that any commissioner has the right to ask for a legal opinion, and you received it. And what was the legal opinion? That we were correct in what we did at the previous meeting.
And I disagree with
Well,
that.
that's okay, you can disagree, but
So
I'm not-
I'm gonna appeal your decision and let the board decide if they want.
make your motion, let's move on.
It's not a motion.
Hang on for 1 second, let me jump in for a second, let me see if I can make this a little clearer. If you look at the May 13th motion, the May 13th in the minutes, the May 13th motion reads, motion to purchase Peterbilt truck and outfit. There's no comment, there's no, any indication that there was an amendment made to the motion to remove the line item from paint and put it outside of that motion. So I think to, when I reviewed that, and now when I discussed it, I pointed out to her that the May 13th motion as reflected in the minutes is incorrect. That motion should read correctly in the minutes. The motion was made to do the Peterbilt, by the Peterbilt and the outfit, that there was an amendment agreed to, made to remove the paint from that motion. So that's the first issue that needs to be addressed. So that motion should be correctly stated in the minutes. If you just look at the minutes from May 13th, it looks like we approved the total outfit and the Peterbilt. So we need a motion, my opinion is we need a motion to amend the May 13th minutes to reflect that there was a motion made to purchase the Peterbilt and the outfit, and that there was an amendment to remove the paint from that motion.
That's not exactly right, Leo. We removed the line item for green paint, and the truck was gonna be white. We didn't leave the paint up for question. We were specific, and we were gonna take the factory white. So that was the
Well,
amendment.
the truck came factory white, it didn't go raw steel, it came painted, yes, of course. That was the Peterbilt truck that we purchased.
And so the original motion included the line for green paint. We
Ellen,
amended it to remove it.
Ellen, you and I have agreed on numerous things throughout the course of my relationship with you. We've also disagreed on a few. One being whether or not the pump repairs had to go out for bid. You didn't like my opinion. I said it was an emergency, I had a letter from the engineer said it was an emergency repair. Two commissioners did not like that, one of them was you, but I'm not calling you out, I'm just stating the facts. You went out and the township paid for a second opinion. The second opinion was that it was a repair or maintenance. I disagreed with that opinion because we were swapping out two at least different pumps. At the end of the day, the result was the same. It did not have to be bid. In this situation, the green paint issue was not, it did not come to an up or down vote before this board. If the board wanted to go pure Robert's rules, then any amendment made to any motion should be made by way of the motion. There should have been a motion to eliminate the green paint, to amend the existing motion to eliminate the green paint. Second to that amendment, yea or nay? Yea. Now there's an action on the green paint. Then the motion should have been to approve or to vote on the amended motion. That's the way Robert's Rules requires amendments to be done. This board, together with many boards, casually and, clearly says, are you going to amend it? Yeah, we'll amend it. But there was never an up or down, I looked at and listened to everything. There was never an up or down vote on the green paint until the very last meeting. So we can agree to disagree, but that's my opinion.
Why would we have amended it if we wanted green? We didn't. So we amended it so we didn't get green.
I listened to the tape, there was never a motion to paint the truck green, and it failed.
Can I just interject? The paint was an add-on to the contract.
Correct.
So it wasn't voted. The upfit did not include the green paint. It was an additional cost. And to go back for everybody's benefit, normally we would purchase the truck through the CoStar's process and did several trucks. We found a truck that we would receive, and it would cost the township about $12,000 more. It would have taken about a year longer to receive it. And right in the quote, there was a caveat about tariffs from two different manufacturers. Subsequent to receiving those quotes, we found this truck on the lot, saved the township a significant amount of money, albeit it was a white truck. And the upfit did not include painting the truck green, except for an amendment that was on there that the board chose not to agree to at that time. But I don't believe it was voted on. That's my recollection.
I listened to the tape of the meeting, it was not. There was no up or down vote, it was a line item, it was an add-on, an add-on that was not put before the board.
Wasn't the total, how much the total, was it the total that was asked for in the motion?
No, it was less than $9,000 for the payment of the truck.
So we discussed the paint, and we specifically excluded.
It was an add-on, but it was never voted upon. Now, nothing prevents this board from rescinding that motion by 2/3 vote. You can put a motion on the floor to rescind that paint vote if you'd like this evening. Assuming that it hasn't been painted already, Patrick. Assuming that the truck hasn't been painted already.
Where'd you vote on say last?
In May.
We rescind that.
I'm saying, they changed that at the next meeting.
So which one would you have to rescind? The last one or the one before that?
think what Leo's saying is the motion was made, it was never voted on. If you made that motion, which I think you did, if it wasn't voted on, then it's arbitrary. You never needed a motion to make it, it was on the upfit, all
The
that's what you're trying to say.
township voted no, because we weren't using the wrong names. We all voted yes, because we were going with the white. That was the motion. You can twist it any way you want. The paint was the subject matter of that motion.
The minutes don't indicate that. And they were approved
Well,
by
I
the-
know, and they should.
And they were approved by the board.
And I'm saying we need to change them.
But regardless, I don't think there was ever an up or down. That's from all my research, I looked at the minutes, I listened to the tapes.
So we could change the amount of the motion. We're agreeing that we did, right? We lowered it by $9,000.
We're saying we did.
We lowered it. Right? Am I right?
I'll tell you, let's.
But I don't think the paint was initially included in the upfit, it was an add-on,
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, so we made the motion on the purchase of the truck, the purchase of a new 2025 Peterbilt chassis and upfit.
Yes.
So that the paint was a secondary part of it that Patrick had wanted us to
It was an
be
addendum
part of
to
it.
the upfit.
So we pushed through the purchase of the truck and the upfit as the contract read. The paint was a secondary add-on. I voted no because the paint was not going to be included because Patrick had wanted us to include it in it. So we didn't necessarily vote specifically on should we paint the truck, yes or no, as a motion. I think that's what Leo's saying. Correct. It wasn't a standalone motion, but we did approve the purchase of the truck and the outfit.
But we don't vote on every single item that is a steel body, it's a this, it's a that. It's a whole
It
package.
was separate though. It wasn't, it was separate.
So Patrick asked for $100, and we gave him $100. He didn't get.
Patrick asked additional $15, and we didn't give him the 15
That's what we're saying?
as a
I
secondary
don't have,
add-on.
we don't have it as something.
Yeah, the board would like to take a short recess, Patrick told me originally.
As we had it.
We talked about $9,000.
We did talk about $9,000, however, it was an add-on. The initial purchase was for the truck.
When we amended it, we don't know.
That's what I'm saying. We amended it. We amended it. Right. I'm gonna vote on it. But I don't
Rich, if you just want to announce what you think about
We're aware.
So you know.
We're aware.
I see the building, they have, I'm just like, I'll take all that. How long is that rental property? Yep, it's over in the corner over there.
Yeah, more than I need. These are amazing. I heard it often. I wanted to throw out. Yeah. I said, during the winter, okay. Yeah,
you, John?
Good, so.
But I will take one next night.
They're back.
We go back to it. I'm gonna make a motion to amend the meeting again to bring LV, the hospital, up to talk about Staten Road, because there's people here with some medical issues that need to, get out of here. So, is there a second to bring the hospital back up to the hospital? Second by Mike, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Staten Road. Golden Slipper. Well, it's getting late. That's my next one.
We've got a long way to go.
Yeah, we're not halfway through the meeting.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Yes.
Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Rocco Beltrami. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Norris McLaughlin in Allentown, Pennsylvania. And I'm here tonight on behalf of Embry Development Group, the developer for the project on Golden Slipper Road. With me tonight also is Nate Sapay, a senior project manager at Traffic Planning and Design Inc., the traffic consultant for this project. And as you guys know, this project was approved back in 2023. The plan was recorded in February this year. You might have seen the building as you were driving in. The building's nearly complete at this point. They're working on the fit out. And we are here tonight to answer any questions the township may have, give information regarding this detour. And I'll turn it over to Nate to just give an overview if that's what you prefer, or we can answer specific questions. If you could just speak a little closer to the microphone. Yes.
Yeah, I think specific questions. I think what's the rationale for like this 10-week or 8-week shutdown for Golden Slipper Road?
So the detour came about due to our coordination with PennDOT. We made 9 HOP submissions to PennDOT, which is probably double the standard amount for an HOP. During this process, it was determined by PennDOT that this detour would be required for the construction of this roadway. This came about due to several factors, the main factor being safety during construction. So as part of this project, we're pretty much reconstructing Golden Slipper Road. So with this, there's also a proposed water line associated with this project going along Golden Slipper Road, which requires cathodic protection. With that, that's for the keep stop corrosion of the water line. And as part of that process, the trenching needs to remain open during construction, which creates a safety issue.
The entire trench has to be open?
No, they do about 100-foot segments at a time.
Okay.
And then as part of the design, we're drastically building up parts of Golden Slipper Road from existing conditions. And this creates a drop-off and a safety concern for during construction, not just from contractors, but also for any vehicles traveling the roadway. The existing geometry of Golden Slipper Road with the curves, the steep grades, the minimal to no street lighting out there creates an unsafe condition for any kind of construction, to have any lanes remain open during construction. So PennDOT made us they required this detour plan as part of the process.
That's not what PennDOT said.
Well, it's 100% the truth.
When was it found out too that you were gonna have to close Golden Slipper Road?
I would say the first detour plan was probably submitted middle of last year.
So middle of last year?
Yeah.
And then, I know.
If I had to guess, maybe like around June.
So June of last year. So, many of us found out about Golden Slipper being closed on Facebook.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Literally,
I
so
don't
June of last year,
understand how that
there was
happened, but-
discussion of Golden Slipper being closed. Almost a year later, the Board of Commissioners, Public Works Manager are finding out on Facebook. And we're being questioned and we have 0 answers. We didn't even know why you were closing it. I know Brian's been putting in a lot of time trying to find out more information because he's in this field. But it was very embarrassing to us as a township that we had no answers for anyone.
Understandable.
I would just add that as part of
requires notification to its media outlet. I forget the name of it. It's Communications something CRC. Our contractor provided that required notice. And as we understand, this was also discussed at the June 2nd Commissioners meeting for the first Monday this month.
Well, that's,
2 weeks ago.
that's our first notification.
On Facebook.
I live back there. I'm also a volunteer fireman. And I was driving by, and I saw one of the flag guys, and I stopped, and I asked him, "Hey, what's the rumor about this road getting closed?" And he said, "Oh yeah, it's getting closed on the 16th for 8 to 10 weeks. Well, I was surprised, and when I brought it to my colleagues here, we were all surprised. So, supposedly, you all notified everybody that had to be notified a year ago, except us.
Well, I think we notified.
Or did you notify the wrong people?
I think we notified the correct people, but it wasn't a year ago. It was within the time. It was within the past couple of weeks, as PennDOT had required.
Well, you just got done saying that last June
was when
this decision was made.
Well, that was when the HOP plans were submitted and approved by PennDOT. So that's when the highway occupancy permit plans were submitted and approved by PennDOT.
So when did the township get its official notice?
In what form?
The township would have been copied on all of the HOP submissions. The most recent one that I am aware of would have been October of 2024. I have an email to Amy Montgomery from Level, I believe her email was Level Engineering at that time, but I understand it turned over to T&M Associates now, and she confirmed receipt of that. So the township would have been copied on all of the HOP plan submissions, which, as I understand, would include the detour plan as well. So the township's engineer was copied on all this correspondence. In terms of notifying the township directly, there is no requirement from PennDOT for the developer to notify the township. The reason that the township is being copied on the correspondence was.
That's completely contrary to what they told me. I'm sorry for the interruption, but that's completely contrary to what PennDOT told me today. I wrote it down. They said it's your responsibility to notify people because you're a private development project. That's what I said, why didn't PennDOT do a public hearing? Why didn't PennDOT notify people? And that was the response. That was my first question. That was my response.
Well, yeah, that would be a true statement in the sense that neither the township, or I should say the township does not have an obligation to notify the public. As in terms of what PennDOT's saying, there is no PennDOT requirement either to notify the public or hold a public hearing or conduct a public meeting. So when PennDOT's saying that it's the developer's responsibility, what they're saying is PennDOT's not going to provide it, so if anybody is going to provide it, it would be the developer.
They didn't say anybody. They said you.
Right, what I'm saying is that they're saying, PennDOT is saying we don't provide notice, so if anybody were going to provide notice, it would be the developer, us.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be a common courtesy though? I mean, you're coming into the township, you wanna be a good neighbor, and we're closing roads without notifying anyone? I'm just asking, because I mean, that's not a very good way to start a relationship with the public.
I understand that, and we acknowledge that, this wasn't the way the township would have liked to have found out about this, but we believe we have followed the proper procedures. We're here now to explain the detour and address any concerns you may have.
So, let me answer this question. If we're talking 8 to 10 weeks, how many hours a day are your construction crews working on this project?
I believe it's daily, the work hours I believe are 7 to 3.
So 7 to 3. Is there any possibility that you could work 24/7 and get this project? You're shaking your head no. I know it costs you money.
It was brought up at one point to PennDOT, and they said it was on the possibility.
Why would they care? You're closing the road down. So
Due to the lighting and what would have to be brought in, due to the steep grades, limited lighting, all the stuff that, because I did bring this up as a possibility if to improve
There's
the.
lighting all over the place. The rental companies, the light, you could make it look like Yankee Stadium.
I'm just going by what I was told, you know.
I would also point
I mean,
out.
they work on 80 sometimes. Other times they work Saturday afternoon. They like sit there, in traffic
for hours.
Yeah.
Well, will you consider a different plan, because it's really a burden to the township, to the residents, and a safety issue, which we're responsible for. And we would like to maybe negotiate that closing a little bit better.
It's a concern for first responders, understood, and, obviously safe, well, one of the things we did discuss with PennDOT was modifying this detour potentially to do a one-lane detour in order to allow traffic to continue. PennDOT was adamantly against that for safety reasons. Additionally, as Nate can explain, this detour is approximately 8 to 10 weeks. As I understand the alternative one-lane detour, I don't have the figure, I think it was 4 months it would take, due to the fact that you have to close the trench at the end of every day, put down.
You still have to close the trench at the end of every day.
Put down precautions that would allow traffic to travel
Steel
over the
plates.
work area, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm a retired electrician. I ran conduit on Route 80 between Teaneck and the George Washington Bridge. Okay, we worked 3 shifts. We worked 24/7 to get it done. And we did it with the trucks and the cars zooming by us, working with flashlights on our hard hats. And I don't see why this is such a short distance. Okay? Technology's improved, safety has improved, and, lighting, oh my God, lighting has improved.
So when do you plan on really shutting the road down? When is this good? When is it gonna close?
Monday, June 23rd.
So Monday, June 23rd. So what's the opportunity for you to go back to PennDOT and say we want, the township is asking us to work 24/7, to shorten the duration of this if it really has to be shut down, and go from like 8 weeks to maybe 1 week?
I'll
Or
just,
2 weeks.
I'll just start by saying that the applicant shares your interest in getting this completed as quickly as possible. They have a vested interest in getting this.
Well, then maybe we have a state senator here, we also have the state representative here. Maybe they can reach out to their whoever and talk to someone to change the plan.
Well, I think the second part of this is that, we've already tried to approach PennDOT about this. They're adamant that this is the best detour possible in terms of safety and efficiency. It's analogous to ripping the Band-Aid off now for 8 weeks or having a long drawn-out detour, which also, as I understand, would require repaving the road again in the fall, which is another detour. So it's really 8 weeks now, or it's 4 months, I believe, not consecutively, but spread out.
This gentleman has his hand up.
A couple of questions if I may. First of all, PennDOT told us it wasn't their project. So now I'm lost. You're telling me you went to PennDOT. PennDOT's telling us it's not their project, that it was the Broad Creek Waters Authority or something. So now you guys are telling us something completely different. And my second question is, you guys knew this was gonna happen. Why did we have to find out from construction workers? And they were told to keep it quiet. Why did we have to find out by flagging? You guys don't have the common courtesy to put a sign up like a month in advance to let people know? I wanna know what are you trying to hide and cover up?
First, I'll say that we're not trying to hide anything.
And why wasn't there a sign put up? Answer the question, why wasn't there a sign put up? People come up on the weekends, they're not gonna know, so they're gonna get up here and then there's gonna be a detour. Why wasn't the common courtesy of a sign put up that this road was gonna close that we heard from construction workers? Why?
We did what PennDOT required, and PennDOT
We're
doesn't
going back to
require that.
PennDOT. PennDOT said it wasn't their project. So now we're going in circles. Senator will confirm, PennDOT told her it's not their project.
Because it's not PennDOT's project.
I'll just clear it up. So this is a private developer, and when you do a private development on a safe roadway, you require a PennDOT review and approval. So that's why it's not PennDOT's project, but you have to involve PennDOT to get approved. So when we do the driveway construction, the widening for the left turn lane, the channelized right turn lane at Route 611, that all has to be approved by PennDOT. And then as part of the detour approval by PennDOT, the notes on the plan for detour pull out that the public needs to be notified 2 weeks in advance. Now, as an engineer, we don't get involved with that. At that point, it's the contractor's, responsibility to start contacting local services, local businesses, the township, PennDOT's office, regional office for So I think they started that process. I don't know the date that they originally had.
It is a standard note in your plans. I reviewed your plans today for another HOP.
Okay.
There is an advanced 14-day sign, first of all, to the township too. That's a no-brainer. But, which we didn't get, as of yet. And we're within 14 days, we haven't gotten official notice. Or the signs that the road's gonna be under construction, or in this case, closed. There's no 14-day advance notice on the road, other than some detour signs that are around. And second, it's not the township's concern how long this takes to open a hospital. We're all friends of the hospital, but it's not our issue. It's not our issue how much this costs either. And I'm telling you, I've done this for the last 40 years, and you were on the phone.
Yeah.
I can shoot holes in, I would have made the same exact arguments that you guys made, that Boyle made, and that I'd made those same arguments. But in reality, I can put a hole in every single one of them, and we're doing it right now. That one spot where you showed you only have 19 feet, and I'm not asking you for 2 lanes. 2 lanes at night. Close it during the day, and then open it to 2-lane traffic at night. There's no part where your build-up goes past center line that's more than an inch and a half. So build one side and then the other. And then your trench, and I agree with you, because we have to do capotic protection on a water line up here for our development. The contractor's schedule on the drawing said 8 days. Close the road for 8 days. Do your water line, and then build the road under a closed condition during the day, open at night.
Can you honestly say that it's not money from the contractor? He bid the project for a certain price, and this is probably the cheapest way to go without getting lights. I know you guys are the engineers, but can you honestly tell us that it's not the contractor that doesn't want to lay out all that money to do 24 hours and get it done quick? Or close the road every day and let us on it?
Blake, there's too much material, no, I'm sorry. There's too much material on here to do that work at night. They don't own their own material, it's just like us. It would be a hardship for them to do it at night and try to open asphalt plants and quarries at night.
All right, but then to your point again, opening it at night, closing it during the day, open at night, that's an extra cost. Can you be honest with us and say it's not the contractor you did the engineering for that doesn't want to pay it? And that's why he's choosing this route?
I don't think that's the case.
You don't think, and then, just real quick, I'm sorry for interrupting, I know you came to present, but you got a lot of, I don't have the figures, I'm not sure the date, you guys should have came a little better prepared if you were gonna, you should have the figures, you should have all the dates, you should know for a fact if the contractor's squealing about the extra cost it's gonna do to close that, so we can get safety, ambulances and stuff in and out of fire that we need for the residents. You guys should be a little more prepared on that one.
I will say PennDOT was the first person that brought up requiring a detour. It was not presented by TBD. So as part of the review process, we were required to do this detour plan for the construction and safety construction.
I too talked to Secretary Carroll last Monday. I sit on a committee with him. I talked to him on Monday. That's why we had the Tuesday meeting. And then I talked to him after that meeting and said, hey, it looks like we're going to get some relief. It's going to go down to 3 or 4 weeks. And they're going to do half the construction and open it to 2 lanes at night. And then Thursday, that all changed again.
I think we said we would look into it, and we did. And then, Brian Ward was involved in that last call on Thursday, and Hunter Cerro. And Brian Ward on Tuesday said his belief is the detour plan is 100% required. Hunter Cerro at PennDOT on Thursday, who represented Brian Ward in that meeting, he also said the detour was required.
And I want to.
A detour maybe, but not that.
I also want.
There is only.
But now you're detouring them onto a road. I just looked at the detour plan again. You're detouring them onto a road that's going to be closed.
Well, we don't have any control over the timing of anything that's being constructed.
Where are they going now?
I know. Senator Rosemary Brown, thank you for being here. Thank you everyone else for being here and for the township. First and foremost, the number one issue is not to stop you from, not to stop you from doing this project and not to stop it from being efficient. The number one issue is we have residents, we have summer camps back there, we have wedding venues back there, we have a lot going on that road. And to get the notice, I have to tell you, I'm disappointed. I didn't get notice.
So there's something wrong here with the process. Myself and Representative Madden are gonna find out what the heck went wrong. But that is not how we do things on transparency when we do a project, to be productive and efficient. So this is about making it better. What are the options and what can we do? So at this point, it's halted. And I will continue to push for it to be halted until it's looked at in a better manner. So PennDOT on our side, my conversations has been, we will review after tonight's meeting what maybe some of the adjustments might be able to be made. And I think that we really have to dig down here. And we really have to say, it can't be done the way that it's being done. It can't be closed for 8 to 10 weeks. If you need a week or two, as what was being said, we can possibly do that. We can maybe a little more. I understand the safety piece. I've even mentioned that to my constituents, that safety is a concern. So we have to remember that on PennDOT's side. But PennDOT, my responsibility with PennDOT is to help you. I will push PennDOT in every direction that is needed to help work with you to make these adjustments. So if we're in any sort of back and forth here with PennDOT, I'll be there. But we need to have an adjustment. So I need you to dig deep, and I need the manufacturer, the contractor to dig deep, and we need to make an adjustment. We need to offer different solutions. And if PennDOT has to be part of making that solution with you, my commitment is to make that happen. I'm not an expert. I don't know all of this. That is, Brian has the experience for many years. So we gotta be honest with people on what the safety issue is. So that piece I'll have to get more knowledgeable on. But I'm here to make this compromise and to see what we can do, especially from the PennDOT side, the government side. Get this done, and it may have to be strongly adjusted from what you currently have now. Okay, so I guess in this meeting, I don't want to hear PennDOT blamed, because technically I'm PennDOT here right now tonight, and I'm gonna stick by PennDOT to make sure that they do what they need to do, that this is adjusted. Okay, so I will do my part tomorrow morning, as soon as this is over, as soon as we have some further discussions, and we'll get this moving in the right direction. Okay, but thank you for being here.
Thank you.
If I can make one more point, you guys, and again, I'm not here to beat you guys up, that's not, but you're talking about safety, okay? If there's a medical emergency, a fire, or any other kind of emergency, now that the equipment is gonna take an extra 5 to 7 minutes, God forbid that somebody passes because the ambulance got there 5 minutes longer than it would have normally taken. We're talking about safety, what about that? You're closing that road, I mean, that's safety. I'm 74, so it bothers me quite a bit. That we're gonna talk about safety of the worker, safety of this, safety of that. But the people that are living here, what about them? I honestly feel, I hate to say it, but we're getting bullied.
Brian, if I could,
You don't like to get bullied.
I made asphalt for 15 years from Tilcon, Mount Hope Rock Products in New Jersey, which is exit 35 right up 80. We paved everything at night. The quarry's open 24 hours. It's granite, washed granite, which is probably required for your project. We ran trucks all night long and aggregate all night long out of Mount Hope. It is an extra cost. It's a lot further. It's, another hour round trip, between there and about 2 hours, but it can be done. So we paved the airport at night. We paved the tunnels at night, the bridges at night, 24 hours a day, nonstop. Newark, the Port of Newark, all the Port Authority. So it can be done. It's just gonna cost. So I just want to throw that out there, that it's open 24 hours.
I have a question, because Rosemary said something, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You said this is on hold, they said it's starting Monday.
Well, they have the 23rd, it was technically supposed to start today. So it's on hold right now as of, starting today. They have it now the 23rd, and obviously, we're talking back here, I think there's just a lot more heavy communication that has to happen in the next
And
day.
then, when you do finally give us notice, you need to give us notice, not our subcontractors, like our engineer. We need notice, so I would suggest you take Jared's email and use it, because we need to know.
Representative Madden, do you have anything to add to say, please?
No, I'm really satisfied with the discussion that's happening here right now. And as Senator Brown said, when I spoke to PennDOT today, they were gonna have another conversation after tonight's meeting because they couldn't even believe that these folks didn't even know that this was happening tomorrow. So, yeah, there'll be another conversation.
I think an email
And they
needs to go to
did
the
say
contractor.
that it could be a shorter time. It depended upon how hard it was to break through the mountain.
Correct. Our hope is that it won't take the full 8 weeks, but it's really difficult to know until they get out there and cut into the rock.
And they did say you would be working every single day, and you would not be taking any breaks, and that there would be inspectors, and that they would be inspecting quite often from PennDOT.
Correct.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, and that, like we talked about, that, well, there's a hole in the cathodic protection. Why do you need cathodic protection in a rock trench that's backfilled with stone? Where's the corrosion coming from?
That's BCRA.
I know it is, but, okay, so the other question I had, you can't detour on the local roads, you gotta provide a state detour all the way around this, right?
Correct.
Because Reader's Run cuts this in half.
Oh, yeah, but Reader's Front has that one-lane bridge. I feel nervous driving by the train.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're not allowed to out township or suggest that they be.
We're doing the same thing for the 611, we're gonna detour on the arm for the 715, 611.
And you are aware that PennDOT has a paving operation that's beginning at Mountain Road and continuing all the way up to Sullivan Trail, which is more than half of the detour that you're showing along 715. You know that we're an overlay on that right now.
That's what I'm saying, you're detouring onto a road that's gonna be partially closed, every day. And then coming back onto a road, that's gonna be closed once Leeward's closure goes into effect.
I believe.
That's my right too. This whole is, it just seems like
Right.
the lack of communication and the lack of logistics
Yep.
is just not where it needs to be. So I think that's why these next couple of days will be super important.
I feel for you, and I use all the same excuses, but they are just, from the contractor standpoint, this is not possible.
Yeah, I mean, we'll.
I think it's impossible to do a one lane, you have no stacking distance, or nothing there, and, you know, and then the other argument that it'll take double the time, well, if it's gonna take 8 weeks, it takes 16, you have 20-some left in the construction season. Do it halfway. So, you know, I think you guys listened, but came up with the same answers that you wanted to again, and I still don't think there's valid reasons. I think there's valid reasons. I don't think any of them pertain to that it can't be done. It can be done.
Anything else from the commissioners?
Rosemary, will you contact us about these meetings, or is someone from our Pocono allowed to attend, or how does that work?
I think
Like there
we'll
should be
do,
a Teams meeting.
yeah, we'll probably do a Teams, but I think there'll be some individual phone calls from myself, I'm sure, Matt, in regards to, you know, let's just talk through a few things that were mentioned, and then we can go from there, but, yeah, we'll have to do Teams in order to make it as efficient as possible for Monday.
We've been included in the past few meetings, both Tuesday and Thursday, but prior to that, we have not received anything more than Pat and I or John.
Other than the HFB plan submissions.
If it's possible, can we include Jared in those team meetings tomorrow? Or
I'll take the lead, but of course I'll make sure that Matt and all of you, and we have everything sort of organized.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any questions?
Can I interject just a moment?
Yes, certainly.
These gentlemen are not aware of the Trout Lake's wedding venue and how many brides and grooms are probably gonna be suing the ass off of you guys because they'll have to cancel the wedding.
You can
With
still
the
get
road-
the.
with the road
there'll just be a
closed.
detour to get there. So it's not that you can't get to any of these venues.
The road will not be closed in front of the entrance to Trout Lake.
No, it will not be.
No, it's just, between Route 611 and basically the overpass by 8.
Okay, I thought it'd be closed.
Like approximately 800 feet.
Okay.
Did you guys get moved?
No.
There's a police.
No, we didn't know that.
Slapped the rest of that contract.
So I mean, you said there's 14 day notification period, right? So if it
Obviously.
wasn't provided though, do you have to provide the notice and then provide 14 days from that to actually close the road? So it might not be closed next, like on the 23rd, if the notification wasn't provided.
Right, we'll look into whatever notification was perhaps not provided or not received, we will make sure that that's provided.
We're following that.
All right, I would just say that we will be proceeding as directed by PennDOT, so we will be doing whatever PennDOT says. We're welcome to any comments that they might have in response to the state representatives' discussions. Thank you for your time this evening.
Can we get business cards before we leave so we can contact?
Yes.
Thanks for your expertise.
Okay, where are we with the, truck painting of the truck?
Get the cool mic.
You wearing a Speedo though?
Let's watch our comments.
Yeah.
Turn your microphone down so the public can hear what you're discussing, please. You're on now.
Jared, do you know what how the minutes should be, like what the amendment said, when the motion was amended? Do we have to play the tape?
The minutes are what reflected in there, as far as the
The
motion goes.
minutes are not correct. We amended, the motion was made and then it was amended to exclude the green paint. And we talked about the price and we talked about that, and it was amended. Had we not talked about paint, there would be no need for an amendment. So that motion needs to be reflected properly in the minutes, so we know what we're talking about.
The amendment was the upfit.
No, it wasn't. We talked about the price. Natasha voted no because she wanted the green paint. She would have voted yes if it was for just these two things.
I think though, it was the purchase and the upfit of the truck, not to include the option item.
Right.
Correct.
Of the green paint.
Right, so the paint was
So I
discussed.
voted no, because it did not include the option item of green paint, but I don't.
We purposely excluded it. That's why it was amended. We didn't, the amendment was to take the green out, so it was initially in. If we- if it
No,
wasn't-
green paint was never in.
If it was never in, we wouldn't have amended.
I don't tell you. I don't tell you.
We amended it because we took the green paint out after.
The green paint was never in.
Lengthy
The
discussion.
green paint was not
Discussed
in.
it.
It was, just like it says at the bottom here, add $9,400.
We didn't add it in.
We didn't.
We did not add it in.
It's as if we ignored it.
Is it in the 101,529?
No, it's in addition to the upfit price. And when I explained to the board, the amount of the truck with the additional paint was still cheaper than purchasing the new truck that we were gonna purchase.
Again, that's not how the argument. How's argument is
We amended it.
143.98 plus 101,521, right?
So we didn't vote on paint, but we did, because we amended.
Well, you voted on paint the next week, I don't remember.
No.
And it was approved.
We amended to take out the green paint. Natasha would have voted yes if the paint was in there.
What was the dollar or something? dollar amount?
We discussed the dollar amount, it's not in the minutes. The minutes have to be fixed.
But what was the dollar amount that was discussed? I don't remember. I don't recall that.
We mentioned all the numbers.
Plus 143.90. That's
Can
what's
we,
approved.
can we just amend the motion?
Which one?
Whichever one we're all talking about, can we rescind the motion and just revote?
You can make a motion, to rescind the $9,400 for the green paint of the truck, see if that carries. You have to rescind it. And if it carries, you can make a motion to approve the $9,400 for the green paint.
Can you rescind and make the same motion on the same day? I don't.
I mean, you can't spend money according to the sunshine law if it's not on the agenda, so it's not.
And it wasn't on the agenda.
Did you order the truck? Yes, I did. Not only did I order the truck,
Was
but
on the agenda
it
either
was
time.
approved by the board. I notified Nicole Campbell, who's my representative.
They were rules, stick with it.
That it was approved to visit the body shop. Well, maybe, because it was on the lot. I can't answer that. I don't know. But I did that night alert her because she was anxious to find out one way or the other, because they wanted to continue to move. Or it's up to somebody else. And that was the other pressing matter.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
we're saving, like, it was like 16-something grand.
Yes.
So I needed to jump back.
Yes, I remember that
It wasn't a
conversation.
plan, this kind of fell into my lap.
Yep.
But wasn't the purchase of the truck for the higher price part of your budget anyway for this year?
Yes.
Okay, so we also
With
saved money on top of what you had budgeted out.
Right, and the
Yeah.
intent was green paint. It's like buying uniforms for a team, that would be my analogy.
Mhm.
So if you can go and get a cheaper uniform from Riddell and then paint it, and it's still cheaper than what it would cost to buy the color of uniform that you wanted, would you do that? I would, you save some money.
Sure.
Here's what I think needs to happen, okay, just move on, okay? I think the motion made at our last meeting should be ruled invalid, because I think it violated the procedural requirements, whether you agree with me or not. And then you put another motion, amending a previous motion to paint it green. And then we can paint it green. And then it's over. And then moving forward, our minutes need to be clear. We need to state the amount when we're purchasing something, so people know what we're spending, and we know, and it's reflected in the minutes, so we know what we did.
I don't remember what the dollar figure was, but the dollar figure was on that original motion that we made back 2 meetings ago. It's always on there. And I believe it was stated it was a CoStar's vendor also.
But it's not in the minutes.
Well, it may not be in the minutes, but if you go back to the agenda, it's on the
It's
agenda.
not on, I have the agenda.
And it's not on the agenda yet. The numbers are not on the agenda.
But they generally are, I agree with you, Rich, they
Yeah.
generally are.
On the original agenda. In the board packet, there were both proposals from the truck manufacturer and for the upfit, both with totals. I only printed you the page, obviously with the add-ons, and you could see that it wasn't part of the overall upfit cost, it was in addition to the upfit cost.
What are we doing?
You send the motion to paint the truck?
Well, I mean,
It sounds like it's already painted.
Yeah.
it could be already,
It is already
for all we know. But it's not on the agenda, you would be acting to rescind. Now you have something done for $9,400 based upon what I still believe, with my opinion letter that I issued was a valid vote. I can respectfully disagree with Commissioner McNant on that issue, but then you're not gonna be able to vote on the $9,400 until 2 weeks from now. And if you don't, then someone's gonna, somewhere, somehow, you're gonna have to come up with $94 to pay the vendor to get your truck. And you defeat the whole purpose, because it's not on the agenda. So you can't vote to rescind the spending of money and then add spending of money if it's not on tonight's agenda. It's not.
But at the end of the day, you don't agree with Commissioner Ganant, based on your legal opinion,
Yep.
and we're gonna come to the same conclusion.
Yeah,
2
no matter
weeks,
what.
no matter which we
Yeah,
do, but
so-
you don't agree.
Well,
So-
no.
We'll agree with the the way that is.
My concern is, if people change their minds, which we're apt to do, between now and 2 weeks from now.
Under my comments, I had, and you can tell me if this is right or wrong, I had a motion to let's see. I'm getting one.
No, it's not. I looked at the agenda, I see it.
The prior vote and the potential revote on incurring the expense for the truck payment.
Where's that?
Under my thing, second to last thing. I think that would cover it.
I stick with Leo. If Leo says everything was valid, I say we move on with the meeting.
Yeah, we voted 2 weeks ago. It's valid.
It's a done deal.
Then I appeal Rich's decision, and then we just have to vote that you agree with them, and then we move on.
All right, cool.
So what does that mean?
It means I appealed your decision to not move on. I'm appealing the chair's decision to move on, okay? I think we should do it, you think you shouldn't. The board votes to move on without changing anything, and we move on.
I'll vote, I move on.
I'll second.
Motion to
move on?
Yeah, to move forward.
So I have a second from Mike. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays?
But I believe, and I think we need to change the minutes. to
Well, the
be-
minutes need to be changed. This all started under discussion on the minutes.
Yep, 100% of the minutes, I think we're all in
Yeah,
agreement, they have to be 100% correct.
the May 13th meeting is, I think, stated incorrectly, based on the tapes I listened to. So you would need to, make a motion, Rich, to amend the May 13 minutes to reflect the discussion for the Peterbilt truck. That the Peterbilt truck, there was a motion made, the motion was amended to exclude the option for green paint. And then the vote was 4-1.
It also should have the amount in minutes.
The amount should be in minutes, that is correct.
So moved, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Natasha. Discussion?
So what is the amount we're gonna put in minutes?
Whatever.
The 101,521 plus the truck, this one, plus 140, 398. Is that right?
I think the only
Oh, the only-
issue.
This is May, yeah, this is the May
This is
13th.
May 13th.
Okay, right.
So it's just those two things, yeah.
What is that?
I don't know.
140, 398.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried. We have no new business. Under my report, as we all know, for the last probably God knows 10 years, we supply a police officer out at CPI for approximately 2 hours every morning while the buses arrive, to make sure everybody's safe and secure. The current payment is $79.42. We've negotiated with the MCTI for 320 hours at a new rate of $88.07. So I'll make a motion to contract.
If I could interrupt you there.
Yeah.
The current calculation that's in front of you is the updated one, which is what we charge at crossings. It's up to the board whether or not they want to continue providing a discount to MCTI.
You just got a tax increase. You should not be.
This is our schools,
Yeah.
county and, well,
We will.
just wait. It's coming. And after what the county did, doesn't mean we're not doing the school business to us.
Schools capped at 4%.
Huh?
Schools capped at 4%.
Doesn't matter, that's what they got to do.
What's the flavor of the board? Do we keep our rate, the discount rate, or do we raise it?
Does it
Well, it will. Maybe they won't even use the service if we, what would the rate be if we don't discount it?
It would be the 88 that's in front of you.
Oh, that's, So that is the non-discount.
That's a full rate.
So what's the what's the?
Currently, it's 79.80, currently 42.
Currently.
That 79.42 is a rate from 2002. When the CBA, Officer CBA tells it, or I'm sorry, 2022.
Oh.
And 23.
Wow.
So,
full
the
rate.
current rate now for 2025 is 80.07.
And is that a discounted rate sheet?
No, that's the same rate we charge at the crossings.
No, it's not.
Is this a school year contract
Wait,
or?
what, you said no, it's not.
The 8807 is the current CBA for the officers.
Right.
Yeah, the 79.42 is the rate from 2020.
Well, the
And
current
we've held
CBA
that.
is supposed to.
We maintained that over the last two contracts.
Well, it's got
What do you charge the crossing per hour?
what do you?
I believe it was 8807, correct?
Yes.
So that's what we look as our cost.
Is that an hourly rate or does that include benefits?
That's calculated with benefits also.
Okay.
I think
So
that's
our
what it
cost.
says. So the
Right?
full
We don't
rate,
even make money because we're collecting tax dollars twice.
Correct.
we have a motion, do we have a second, who seconded that?
I'll say.
No, it's either way.
I don't even know what we're saying.
The motion is for the charge MCTI $88.07 per hour for 320 hours
It's
a
not
year.
the discount rate.
That's not the discount.
Correct.
That's the same rate we charge the crossings.
So it would be the
Almost,
board's prerogative if they wanted to do any discount towards MCTI.
I don't think we should cost ourselves money.
Right.
The motion is for 88.07, there's a second.
Who's second?
Me.
Mike. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Here we go.
I know it's getting late. This lateral transfer plan of the Pocono Township Police Department, if I understand this correctly, Chief, this is so an officer at Mount Pocono or Stroud could transfer into our police department. Is that
It would be any officer that has Act 120 certification and over 1 year experience as a police officer, but not just those two locations.
How do our friendly partners feel about us taking their patrol officers or detectives or whatever? Have you discussed that with them?
I am not.
I have.
You have? I think you're gonna talk to them.
Well, I think we discussed this too last,
Couple of meetings ago.
well, yeah, we,
But all it does,
We've been discussing this for months.
Yeah.
Probably now a year, since we failed in the last hiring process, opening up our candidate pool. Obviously, we're going to sponsor now. That gives us another option, but this is another favorable option that's, law enforcement agencies across Pennsylvania are doing this.
And the only thing, if we do this and we accept an officer from either department or from the state police or wherever, that would mean that there's several officers in our organization today that their salaries would have to automatically be raised. Is that correct?
yeah.
I believe by the time we hire, they're all gonna be at the full salary. And Kylie would be one of
That's
them.
correct, so I'm the last hire, and by the time we hire, I reach full pay by November, so no matter what happens, I will be at full pay, and it won't matter, it won't affect me or anybody else in the department.
Yeah, any officer coming in, let's say she has 4 years on, any officer coming in with more than that, 5 or 6 year officer, would not have seniority with her. So it still falls in the
So
right
it's not
seniority,
from
but
when we approve it. I mean, I would say, if I was Kylie, I'd say, oh, you approved it tonight, I want my money.
Well, that's only once we hire somebody.
Right.
They have to come into our organization.
It says that.
That's what the transfer package says. It's a lateral transfer program. So if you don't transfer anybody in, she has to wait till November.
If this said, and you and I have talked about this, if this said excluding PMR and SARF, I'd be 100% vote. But I'm not, because it doesn't, and all it's not increasing our pool. It doesn't increase the pool.
If I was Chief Ryan, and I really don't know the name of the gentleman on the Pocono Mountain Regional.
He shares talking about our chief's
Yeah.
name.
I wouldn't be real thrilled about this, and then,
But here's what
think the other advantage, the other advantage is that we getting an officer that's already experienced, you know, on the road quickly, as opposed to, right now, we're not even gonna make if we don't move quickly, we're not gonna make the January, Acting 20 class, list. Those are now 6 months, so we would have to wait till July of next year. We have a high likelihood of getting an officer with experience, and get him on the road pretty much immediately.
Jim, I get all that, but
It's about competition, I mean, every job has competition.
Yeah, but here's what's gonna happen, so then let's just say hypothetically, we get 2 sergeants, right, they come here. Then their board raises, because they can't find anybody either, nobody can find anybody, right? Their board raises gets their hourly rate bumped up $2 or $3 an hour, and then they go, people are just bouncing all over.
I don't know how fair it would be if somebody wanted to come work for us because they love our schedule, they love every weekend off, they want 12-hour shifts. There are advantages. I don't know how it would be fair for us to say you can't come because you're too local or you're hired by.
But we don't, but
Martin
doing
County
this,
law
we
enforcement
provide
already.
incentives. Doing this, we're providing incentives for them to jump ship. We are, but we do.
Are we actively poaching?
Well,
No, we're not.
well,
We don't have to hire
you
them.
think someone's not gonna pick up the phone and call their buddy and say, hey, come on over to Pocono, we'll take you.
It's not poaching.
No, it's not.
That's happening. Happens in construction.
But I don't-
It's all over, that's the nature.
Does anybody want to make a motion for this particular line item? Because I do not. Somebody's gonna make a motion and a second, or it just dies right now.
I'll make a motion that we accept the lateral transfer program.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I guess we discussed it. I'm gonna call for a roll call vote. Jerry?
Ellen Gannett,
Yes.
Brian Wyatt,
No.
Natasha Litt,
Yes.
Rich Wolbinski,
No.
Mike Flaherty.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. I'll make a motion to accept the off-duty injury policy for Pocono Police Department as approved by Chief Wagner and Labor Council. Is there a second?
second.
Second by Brian. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried. I'll make a motion to accept the withdrawal from the 611 Land Development LLC of the final minor subdivision plan approved by Resolution 2025-06, acknowledging that the subdivision is now null and void. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Natasha. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Any nay?
Nay.
Motion carried. I'll make a motion to approve a contract transfer with Jan Pro Cleaners to have the cleaning services for NCC admin wing in the amount of $1,300 monthly as marked in the 2025 budget. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion?
Yeah, Leo, did you look at a contract for?
I did, I looked at the contract, they had a limitation of damages clause, which always seems to be a sticking point in negotiations. I asked that be removed, and they removed it, and the contract is signed.
So the termination clause was all.
The termination clause, it's a 1-year contract, you have to terminate 30 days. Without clause, you have to terminate 30 days before the renewal date, which will be when it's signed, a year from when it's signed. If it's 4 clause, you have to give them a short period, I think it's 30 days to correct the problem, and then you can terminate if they correct the problem.
Did I read it correctly? If they don't show up we have to wait 30 days till we can do something?
Well, if it's not showing up, I would recommend that we
That's cause.
put them on notice, that's cause, and then terminate them if they're not showing up. But this is more, they're not vacuuming broadly here, you better get your act together with your vacuum.
I just thought there was a clause in there that said we had to wait.
It's 7 days.
Oh, 7?
If the approved agency is performing service under the account for 7 days or otherwise abandons the account, such action will be deemed a request by Jam Pro Cleaning to transfer the account
Okay.
without cessation.
Okay. Very good.
Yep.
Thank you.
They are ready to report back.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carried. I'll make a motion to approve the following PTPD policies: response to bond calls, crisis intervention incidents, involuntary commitment, citation and summons release, foreign, domestic, and counselor representatives, rapid response and deployment, immigration violations, utility services, emergencies, aircraft accidents, field training, air support, in-car video, homeless persons, contacts, and temporary detentions, mobile data terminals use, medical marijuana, criminal organizations, public recordings of law enforcement activities, medical aid and response, shift supervisor, automatic license plate readers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion.
I have a question for Jim. On your immigration, so will Pocono help ICE if they should show up?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion
And my staff is thrilled with me, and they have to acknowledge all of these new policies, so, I noticed some are on top of it, some are several behind, so there's a lot more coming. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to waive the pavilion fees for the Monroe County Garden Club for August 13th. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
That's National Left-Handed Day.
I just had a question. Are they paying the park?
Huh. Bill, live in
I would
Monroe
hope, I
County.
would hope not.
We live in Monroe County.
Yeah.
Can we vote on the last motion for the police policies, please?
We did.
Yeah, it's approved.
We did, 5-0.
Yeah.
5-0 for the 5-0.
Yeah, baby.
I think we just approved the Monroe Garden Club, right?
We did.
Yeah.
Make a motion to approve the Thierry Dentistry, 140 Rose Street, LLC construction escrow release number 1 in the amount of $37,990.25. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Natasha. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Ms. Sue?
I don't have anything except for a request, Jared, if you could please put the Scott Run ad in Battling Brook on my agenda for next week, and maybe John can start looking at it kind of in the meantime, or getting prepped up from Dan Snyder's comments. Oh, I don't have my comment, sorry. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Ganance?
Yes, to John. Solar field?
We're continuing to make inspections out there. The contractor asked what else do they have to do to get the cease and desist letter released. We made up a punch list for them as to what items are still outstanding based on our review of the project, and we delivered that to them late last week. So they're continuing to work on correcting the problems that they had from the excessive rainfall, and that's the only work that they're doing.
So the cease and desist, does their vegetation have to grow before they can do anything?
We have to see evidence of it, yes, but yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you. I think we took care of the panel earlier on. Jim's just gonna give zoning whatever he gets, right? For complaints from the county.
And that email was sent out to Sean as well, so they can create all the reports.
The Knox box ordinance, I wanted to discuss that because I think there's a misunderstanding. And it went through so quickly, and I'm guilty of it too, I voted for it. But the letter we put out to the residents and the ordinance itself and what the fire company believes it to say don't agree. So the ordinance says new buildings, additions to existing buildings have to have them, commercial and industrial. Existing buildings with an alarm system has to have it, but existing buildings without an alarm system do not have to have it. And I think that's the conflict with the fire company. Because I asked the question and everybody said I was wrong about you don't need it if you don't have an alarm, and that's not. And I was right. You don't need it if you don't have an alarm. That's how our ordinance is written. But the letter went out to the residents saying everybody needs it, and that's not true. So I think we need to send another letter. I think we should postpone the activation. I still don't think people should be fined. And also the other misconception is on rental properties, if you have a common entranceway to get into the building, like a big apartment building, then you need it. If your entrance is on the outside and you don't have a common entranceway, you do not need it. I don't think that's clear to the people. Certainly wasn't clear to me until I actually dug into it. So I don't think the fire company is under that same understanding as what the ordinance says. So I think we just need a workshop or something to revisit it, maybe postpone the date until we get it worked out, because it's conflicting, we're giving out poor information, and people are getting them that are not required by our ordinance, and they're thinking they are required.
So is that true? Here? Or the whoever?
The requirement of the ordinance is that all commercial businesses have to comply whether they have an alarm system or not. It's voluntary to them whether they want a alarm sensor built into their Knox box.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not what the ordinance says. Leo, can you bring up the ordinance and read that section that I sent you? We already discussed it.
While Leo's finding that as well, I did like Brian's suggestion in the last meeting, that if there is some kind of fine associated with non-compliance, it be for the cost of the Knox box to be installed. He did like that. So, I agree that the ordinance needs to be discussed a little bit further. As a receiver of that Knox box ordinance letter, it was not a very nice letter to send out to businesses. And I think that for the future, those kinds of things should be looked at a little bit further before they go out to every single commercial business owner. Because it was, you have X amount of time to comply. If you don't comply, we're gonna fine you $1,000 per day. It's not a good neighbor for our commercial businesses. It's not a nice way to say, hey, we need to spend several $100s to be compliant with the fire department and make sure your building does not become damaged when it doesn't need to be, and if you don't, we're gonna fine you $1,000 a day. It's just not nice. That's my 2 cents.
What's compliance by January 1st?
6 months within sending it out. But again, I've mentioned it quite a few times. Zoning has the opportunity and availability to push that back as long as we're in some kind of active communications. Any fines that go to court have to come in front of this board first, which you guys always act upon.
But that's not what the letter says, and it's not what the ordinance says. And we can't start picking and choosing who we're gonna enforce the fines on. So we're either going to say we're gonna enforce the fines, and we do it across the board, or we're gonna be accused of picking and choosing business owners of who we wanna fine and who we don't wanna fine. I understand what you're saying, Jared, that we reserve the ultimate right to say yes or no. That's not what the letter said, and that's not what the ordinance says, so we
The
can
letter came
contradict
from
it
SFM.
both. Huh?
The letter came from SFM.
I know, and I'm not accusing you, I'm just saying, in the future, if things like that are going to go out on behalf of the board, you, the fire department, we should look at them and make sure that they're,
I don't know if you found it, it was June second.
Yeah, I'm still looking at all. June 2nd, Ellen?
I have it.
Okay, yeah.
The letter or the ordinance?
The ordinance.
I remember my conversation with you, Ellen, that you described it as you described it tonight. I think I believe that's accurate, your description.
I'll read it, it's short. It's 170-4, the part I'm talking about. It says, all existing buildings utilizing a commercial use and industrial use equipped with automatic fire detection and/or suppression systems shall have installed a Knox box as defined herein, and then it goes on. Just that, equipped with automatic fire detection means only those. Because if you meant everybody, you wouldn't need that in there.
Correct.
So that's the misunderstanding between, I believe the fire company thinks it's everybody. The letter that went out, it was for everybody, and that's, in the meeting that I attended, I believe it was different than what the ordinance actually says. So I think we need to pull it back. And so I can make that motion that we, let's see what I have here. Well, I'm gonna make a motion that we, meet again and extend the deadline another 6 months until maybe, I don't know, March 1st of next year, so that we have time to go over this, look at it, make sure it's what we meant, and then enforce it. I myself am not for a fine or a mandatory thing, but as it is, if we're gonna have one, it needs to be fixed.
Your second? Is there a second?
You have a second?
So,
To read this?
Ellen, I would love to have the.
Number one, you don't have a second, Robert's rules, that the motion just dies, so don't badger another
I'm not
commissioner.
badgering.
Well, you are,
I just wanted to explain why I wasn't seconding it. I would have much rather that we had further discussion with Corey and Jordan, and then ask them to come back in, go line by line of the ordinance, and then if there are issues within the ordinance and the fine elimination, I would 100% give you a second at that time. I don't want a second to redraft and rescind the whole Knox Box ordinance until we have all the information.
Absolutely.
So I would much rather you wait on your motion.
We
That's
would have to have
it.
Sean McGlynn here, who's the certified fire inspector, because this also goes with IBC and NFPA standards.
I wouldn't, I don't wanna eliminate the fine. But there needs to be some clarification, so I think we should table this until these guys are here and have a meeting with them.
Yep.
And do this in conjunction with the fire.
Correct.
It's 9:50 at night. They're not here. And Sean. So if that needs to be a workshop, then do it in a workshop.
But I think we're all in agreement that it needs a little bit,
Yeah.
it needs a deeper dive for sure.
We can add it to the
But
next.
this motion that you made, Ellen, is to redraft the Knox Box orders to provide voluntary compliance and fine elimination. Regardless of how you worded it now, that's what is on the agenda. So I don't support parts of that, so I can't say.
That's fine, that's fine. I'm okay. I don't have to do anything, there was no second. Yeah. And then I had sent out a code of conduct for the Board of Commissioners, which sadly, I think we need. We've had yelling at people, we're condescending to the public. It's just not a good look for what we're supposed to, our job doing here. And it's pretty generic, it's pretty self-explanatory. We should all already know it, but apparently we don't. So I'd like to make a motion to set up a workshop to go over this and see if you want to do any changes, or if you'd like to have a code of conduct, we could do it at the public comment meeting, do it jointly.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Discuss with that second.
Can we discuss things before you make the motion?
Yeah, not really.
What,
Sure you can, why not?
but you second it and we discuss it and then it's gotta go to a vote.
Then we vote no, if you don't want. We vote to discuss it.
So I would second it for discussion purposes also.
In my opinion, we don't need to go with conduct. Condescending, you're probably referring to me, for one or two people that have gotten up here, and constantly we've told them what to do over very nicely, how to enforce their deed restrictions, as you want to bring me up. And the person refuses to do that because maybe she can't afford an attorney. I've said to her in the past, I have deed restrictions on my property. I had to retain a lawyer and go down to the courthouse and file a complaint and take the people to court, and the judge upheld our deed restrictions. Townships do not enforce deed restrictions. Courts do. So for whatever reason, so over and over and over again, 10 minutes a day times X number of meetings per year, I've listened to something that has been approved by the board of, zoning hearing board, and, there's nothing we can do about it, except she can call the police, like we told her, call the police, and she does that, doesn't she, chief?
Yes.
She calls the police
Well,
all the time.
I wasn't referring to you specifically.
Oh, well, you were, I understand, that's okay, I don't mind.
I'll tell you what I was referring to. I was referring to Mike screaming at the last
Well,
meeting. And,
when-
screaming and scared people out of their seats.
When
It's
someone,
ridiculous.
when someone lies about this board and lies about me, I get a little passionate, okay?
Well, you need to control it and treat people with respect.
I
Doesn't
treat
matter.
people with
They can say
respect.
whatever they want about us. That's the job. That's the job.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, there is a second, roll call vote, Jared.
Ellen Mann,
Yes.
Brian Wynot,
No.
Tasha Lee,
No,
Rich Wolvinsky,
No.
Mike Clark.
I didn't get to comment.
Yeah, you,
It's okay.
Yeah, okay. It's all right. Brian?
well, I'm gonna make a motion. That we schedule the public comment process and schedule a date for the comment workshop that we said we would have.
I'll second that.
What is the date?
No, wait, I'm just asking them to set one.
Is there a discussion regarding this?
So what would the date be?
Well, let's vote to see if we're gonna have it, number one, and then if we do, we'll talk about a date. There's no discussion? Then all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Any nays? So now we can pick a date.
No.
We have one on the 23rd already, right? That's next week.
Yeah.
That is a planning commission meeting and, board of commissioners, planning commission workshop.
Right. Those are gonna be once a month.
Yes,
How many do you think we need?
a lot. Well, it all depends. I don't think it's going to take near as long as it did the planning commission, but I'd probably say we probably have a solid 12 workshop sessions.
Is that a solid 1 hour, or is it?
No,
Usually more?
it's as long as you guys want it to be.
The longer you go, the less months you have to have.
Correct.
Right?
Can,
The more we can get through, the less.
so it's just in workshops, we don't actually do any votes or anything, right? It's just open discussions.
That's right. Correct. Well,
So-
you can't approve it. You could, but we elect not to approve anything.
It's open
So-
discussions of what eventually all the ordinances would be. You would have to go to county planning first, and
Okay.
so.
So Leo, I'm away next week, but theoretically, is Jared allowed to share the things with me that we're gonna be discussing, and then I can give my comments, and someone can openly say my comments, or?
If you're
proxy?
comfortable, if you're
Like a
comfortable with that,
proxy?
yes, if you're
Okay.
comfortable with that.
Because I'm not gonna be here, but I would like to be part of it.
I'm gonna be here the next 2 weeks, so we'll make it when we get back. I won't be back until after the 4th of July.
You can dial in,
I'm on vacation.
I'm on vacation. I'm on vacation.
Hey, I'm
I
dialing
don't
in on
get any
vacation.
vacations, ever. I didn't want you here, I'm not dialing.
But the only problem is I can't tell you what's gonna come up that night.
But don't we have an agenda, or no, it's just an open discussion of, hey,
It's just how far as
this
we
is
get. I mean, I can send you
2.5
the
years in.
first, 8 pages out of the 212 pages that the
So give me the
document
first
is.
8 pages, and I'll give you my comments.
So,
You were only, did you leave your comments?
when are you back?
Hell no.
I'll be back in town July the 6th.
So let's make it that week. What do you think, 7? No?
Yeah. I'm good anytime that week, pretty much. So far, like, it could change.
Are you requiring the solicitor to be here, just so I can mark my calendar too?
Usually Lisa's there, for planning commission.
No, this
No,
is.
this is the public comment workshop.
Oh.
I don't think so. I mean, unless the other commissioners feel it's necessary, I don't think so.
I mean, I can dial in too.
Can we do it before the BOC meeting, on the 7th?
We have a township meeting.
You could do that. 5 o'clock.
I mean, here's the thing, there's a lot of people who want to be part of that workshop are regular attendees of our meeting anyway.
Yeah.
Right? So, instead of doing it a different day, could we do it the same day as the BOC meeting?
Sounds good to me.
That's part of the BOC. I wouldn't make it
No,
earlier.
before.
I wouldn't make it earlier because people are working. I wouldn't make it before. I would make it the first hour or so of the public meeting. People, because you're gonna get, you made it at a different time, and now we can't make it.
workshop would be part of the meeting, it could be almost like an executive session with the public.
Well, but the workshop for the joint meeting with planning commission's at 5:00.
Yes.
So why couldn't the other workshop be at 5:00?
Why do we do this?
The public didn't ask to meet with the planning commission, they asked to meet with us.
Right, if they want, it'll be at 5:00 before our meeting.
I can do it at 7 AM on that day.
I'm not.
Or matter of fact, 6.
And I
New
work
Jersey,
too, so
so
5:00 is not good for me.
Yeah, 5 o'clock is when we scheduled the last 2 workshops.
Oh, yeah, and that would be July 7th?
No, it's just.
No.
Said-
Oh.
Or are we gonna do it on the 7th?
Well, July 7th would be our first meeting.
Ah,
Right.
okay, so we're not gonna do it before our first meeting?
Why would July 7th, that's a Friday.
No.
No, it's a Monday.
You're in the wrong year.
Exactly.
Jim, in July,
Believe me.
what's gonna be the PC meeting? The joint PC meeting,
Joint PC.
14th to 28th.
It'd be the 28th.
So instead of 5, why don't we do 6, at least give the people a split the difference.
That's our meeting.
Yes.
It's our meeting.
I mean, let's do it Wednesday, let's break it out.
Wednesday, the,
The 16th.
I'm not here then.
at the carnival, I can't be here.
Oh, it is, yeah, that would be so bad if we did it during the carnival.
Wednesday's not.
I'm here.
So let's do the 7 on the 9th, or 6, whatever.
6 o'clock on the night?
6 o'clock on the 9th, and that's the, workshop for the public comment?
Yep.
Okay,
6 o'clock on the night.
yes.
You don't need an engineer.
No, we don't need an engineer, John. You're,
If you'd like to join.
you come and hang out.
welcome to.
Yeah. Okay, that's at 6 on the 9th of July.
If you want coverage other than me, I have a zoning hearing scheduled for that evening.
You're good, yeah.
Okay, I mean, if you
You're
need,
good for this.
so if you need this, what time are we starting, 6?
6.
Yeah, I'll be driving, I'll just wait. But if you need Lisa to cover, I can have Lisa cover too. If you need coverage, let me know.
I do feel like there should be a solicitor present in some way, because we're dealing with
That's fine.
sunshine law and everything, like, it would be nice to bounce ideas if needed.
I'll shoot her a quick.
I think, right?
Make sure she's.
Yeah.
Spatial.
Done? Move on. Make a motion to approve the purchase of the 2025 Chevy Tahoe Police Interceptor Drone Upfit Enterprise Fleet Management, in the amount of $122,265.27.
Second.
You can give it to Mike, give it to Mike.
Stereo.
So what's a drone outfit?
It's, I'll let Jim describe.
Actually, the car is going to be equipped with all the equipment, just like our normal patrol vehicles, but this vehicle is going to have additional equipment so that we can successfully, safely secure the drones, all 3 inside the vehicle during transport. So there's a custom cabinet that was built for them, and power inverters to give us the ability to charge the batteries for the drones if we're in a critical incident. Those drones actually burn batteries pretty quickly. So the vehicle is going to be powered, there's a special power inverters that are going into that vehicle, basically to help us maintain battery life.
Cool.
So,
And we have enough batteries for each one for continuous use. So if it comes down, the battery goes in the charger, and then a new one goes in it, and goes back up, and it'll be a nonstop, basically, come down. We have enough batteries, but by the time that first one's recharged, it'll be going right back in the thing if it was needed. Now, what do we do? So it's not gonna be a corporal's vehicle?
no.
Okay.
It'll be completely fit for patrol. We'll have, just like all of our other equipment, cameras, be able to get wireless plate readers. So it'll be multi-purpose, but It's just specifically built to manage our drone program, our fleet.
Is this actually a purchase or a lease? Because I thought we were leasing from Enterprises.
It's a lease. It's a 48-month lease.
Do we know what the rate is?
I can look that up.
I believe that was in the packet.
It should be, you have to, they will not disclose it, but you have to do that back.
Oh, that's okay. All right, I'll do it.
So,
So the total price is 122, 159.27, 32,915.38 down payment.
Jared, you have the number wrong on here. 122,265.27.
No, that is, I'm sorry, that's correct. That's the number that we received from Anthony. That's, yeah, right here, that's correct.
120, I need more. So,
122, 265.
I have an interview schedule. It's not.
so, all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Okay. And
When
on
do we
to,
expect that?
well, when do we expect all the equipment to be ready? Jim? I didn't have any deals with PRD or our.
Yeah,
No, that's-
would that be coming from Anthony through Enterprise then?
But you had a timeframe from PRD directly before, or no?
We haven't ordered any of that equipment yet, so it could take months. And I don't even know if the vehicle's in stock.
I think it was. I think they have one that's going out of stock from a deal.
Is that what Anthony said?
I'm almost
Oh,
sure.
okay. 'Cause
That's the last that he said. Yeah, I don't know, it's taken a month to get it to this point, so maybe.
We were expecting to have it by the end of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a solid timeline on that right now, so.
Okay. And I don't think I need to do anything. We're gonna table the motion to look into, explore the, getting out of the county library tax. See what their meeting brings tomorrow. There's at least 4 votes tomorrow morning to not keep this open. And that's, again, that's 0 to the west.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, if you're not wrong.
We could have put them in here, they weren't saying.
Yeah.
Mr. President, just a quick point of order under Commissioner Warnock's report. Since we are wrestling with Robert's rules, did a little research on the issue of abstentions and votes. While not required, it is recommended or suggested, and what I've looked at, that if you are abstaining due to a conflict of interest, you announce to the public the conflict. So, Mr. Wynot, you have an option as to whether or not you would like to disclose why you abstained, but that's upon you.
Sure.
But Commissioner Wynot has already provided an abstention form.
No, understood. I understand that, but you can announce it to the public also if you'd like.
Yeah,
It's up to you.
we're gonna do the site work for the events.
On the traffic enterprises? So you abstain from that vote? Okay, correct. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Sure.
You good, Mr. Wynot?
I'm good.
Mr. Blair?
Yeah, Pat, do we know, and I'm turning on my mic, do we know anything more about the Tent City apartment building? I was gonna ask Sean, but he's not here.
Yeah, so that was being pursued by zoning, and I've not seen any updates from Sean Lincoln.
Okay. I drove by recently and there's no change.
What is that about?
Well, there's, somebody set up some tents, and it sure looks like they're living in them. There's a combination backhoe, bucket loader that's kind of stranded on top of a pile of dirt. They've imported all kinds of fill, and, they got a portage on, they're collecting rainwater, and, yeah, they got a wash station, and, there's a generator. So, this has been going on for quite a while, and, I live there, and my neighbors are like, what's going on down there? And, I haven't had an answer for them. Sean said that they are pursuing it, and the man is supposedly straightening things up, but it sure don't look like it.
It's been a little while.
It's been quite a while.
Are they moving earth?
No, they're bringing earth in,
That's a problem.
and it is a problem, and Sean,
part of the grading permit of it, so then
do they have a grading permit? I don't think so. I don't think they've complied with anything, but again, Sean's not here to answer the question, so I guess, we'll just not worry about that.
I'm drafting an email as we speak.
Are you? All right, good. I want to make a motion to accept the bid from Quantify Media to build our new website in the amount of $17,500 with an annual fee of $600 upkeep.
Second, discussion?
Yes, Leo, have you gotten a contract to look at?
I have, I've reviewed it, it's a very basic contract that allows the township to terminate the agreement by providing 30 days notice at any time.
We all had that, right?
Yes.
There was an exhibit A, did you get that?
No, the exhibit A was for Jan Pro.
Exhibit A was for
okay.
Jan Pro, which had what they were.
We didn't receive it.
We did get a copy of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I asked George for that, we got a copy of
So, I was concerned with this one, and I sent an email out because I thought they said they did. What's going on? I was concerned with this because they're new, relatively new. I didn't see a contract, so I didn't know. I assume we got a certificate of insurance or bill. You have a certificate of insurance from them?
Courtney from Quantify is right over here, if you want to have the podium.
Hello. Hi. That's my question. And, and I looked at your websites and none of them had anything like we do with our posting of minutes or anything, and I was concerned about that I don't know how that would look on your, because there was nothing to look at.
Yeah, that's a simple PDF. It's very simplistic. We just don't have anybody that has needed that. But it is probably the most simplistic thing you can put onto a website.
So, and we also have archives, so how much stuff can you put on? Is there a limit, or
No.
there's no limit?
Plenty. Yeah, there's not.
Plenty.
There's not a bit, there is no bandwidth. There is no, or unlimited bandwidth, I apologize. There's no limit.
Yeah, Courtney had reviewed all of our 60 tabs and asked archives ahead of time to gauge that's where the price came into play.
But putting those meeting minutes on there, it's very simplistic.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carried. Okay, under zoning, that's the first meeting of the month, I believe?
Yep, we just have a,
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the April Lodge fireworks display permit through July 5th, 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Next year, maybe they want to get in a little earlier. Chief, you're with it, and Township Manager, Mr. Belton?
Chief, do you have anything to add
Is
to
this
your
the first
report?
meeting, is this the first meeting? You got it.
I was just.
Yeah,
I was
this
just
is
gonna
the
ask
report.
if anybody had any questions about the report, I provided that today. The May report, but I can summarize our stats for the public. We had 1,271 calls for service, 47 criminal arrests were made, 15 summary arrests were made, 522 traffic contacts for the month, and 28 traffic accidents were investigated for the month of May. That's it.
Anybody have anything for the chief?
No, but I had one more thing I wanted to bring up if I could. It's quick. The grass PennDOT to cut that grass, it's getting higher, way over 10 inches, which is our property maintenance, or can our guys just go and cut it? It's a site problem. 715, coming down from Henryville, and then also at the bank, the grass is high again. And they were constructing. I know, the grass on the curb is high. Yeah. So, they should be doing it, PennDOT should be doing that, right? Whether it's-
Do we talk to anybody over there? I know the last meeting, somebody was gonna pick up the phone and talk to, whoever the inspector is over there. You know that?
I spoke to one of the representatives, Jesse, but it was about another matter. I can reach out to him. He's the site guy that's now up in, Avoca working on, the airport project.
Before somebody gets killed, because somebody runs the light and they don't see it.
Actually, I don't know that it would be Leeward, I think it would be a PennDOT representative, because
Yeah, it should be.
it's probably their responsibility.
Maybe even Jay down on Monroe, probably, PennDOT office, meetings on something you have to take care of. I think I spoke to him before about, when the bank was still there and they owned it. He cleaned it, he did spend some time, I mean, but,
And it's still a mess where that sign came down, there's splinters of wood all over the
I
bank.
told him to go away once they close 715 and take it away, so.
Until it blows into somebody's windshield and then it creates a
And
problem.
then they were to pay for it, they paid for a service.
I can't consider that.
I mean, it is what it is, the whole road looks a mess to me, to be honest with you, are they gonna pull all those stumps there? I mean, you could sit here another hour and
I'm not
discuss it.
concerned with the mess, I'm concerned with the safety of things flying in the wind.
It's only gonna fly if some car flies up over the bank and they're driving too fast, so then we'll send the police over to straighten them up. But yeah, I agree with your, this, the grass, so let's talk to Jay, see if he can, all right, please?
Yes, sir.
Jared?
Make this quick as possible. We are finally active with Green Light Go. Blue Ridge did a nice article on it today, took some videos of our telemetry and our new detection methods. Quick grants update, we were awarded a small grant for the rebuilding of our field box from BSSA for the small little stand over at TLC Park. So at some point in time, we will build that into our projects to get rebuilt, and that'll get done before the winter. We had two hazmat updates, both, one was a truck crash on either Saturday or Sunday with the diesel, I'm sorry, it was either Friday or Saturday with the diesel fuel leak. And we also had another accident 2 weeks ago when the diesel fuel had seeped into the water at Crescent Lake, and DEP is now taking over that incident and just overseeing the mitigation. And Monica thanks everyone for approving the public comment session. That's all I have.
Did we have anything for Jared? Mr. Regal?
Yes, sir, thank you. Just a few items you probably noticed, the seal coating in the parking lot, front and back, that the guys did, saved a lot of money doing it in-house, so that was a bonus. All the turf fields have gotten another round of fertilization and weed control. We're really trying to up the game in the parks, in the turf areas. We completed the bauxite pump and flow meter at pump station 5. They're installed and functioning, and I'll have more updates to let the board know, what's that doing, what that does to our H2S at the wastewater treatment plant. We're running a couple mowers right now, tractors doing the roadside cutting because of the wet weather. We're gonna continue to do that. The guys are out doing drainage work. We've got a couple big drainage projects in advance of our paving and also up on Mountain View Drive that we're gonna be undertaking. The guys were out and installed at Chief Wagner's request, some additional speed limit signs on Frank's Road so they can run speed control up there and we meet the state requirement for distances. And I gave some comments before about updates on EDU reservations with Tannersville Point and also with Warlock. That's pretty much my report.
Did we have anything for Patrick?
Township Engineer, John?
Thank you, Rich.
Yes, sir.
Not much on sewer business, Warren Road safety, nothing new on that. Casa project, we did resubmit the plans to PennDOT for both handicap ramps and for, the construction plans themselves. This was the second submission to them. Hopefully their comments will get whittled down, significantly. Walking bridge, still working on that. I did make a contact with Turkey Hill, and they said that they made their, another submission to PennDOT. They said it was only a couple of comments. They think they should get their HOP this round. I pressed them for a construction schedule. I was trying to get that for me, but I'll stay on top of it. Probably want to construct it this year.
Good news, John.
And the Staten Road signage and curb painting, I think Pat was out there and took care of that, as far as I know.
Does anybody have anything for John?
No, I thought you were gonna look and see if it was something that we could do.
Oh, okay.
I went and looked at it, but the question was, whether curve could be painted. I went out and looked at it, there are signs up.
There's signs on both
The
sides.
yellow signs in both directions that say.
Warning
curve.
signs are there, okay.
Yeah, but the question was, can something be painted on the road that says?
Or additional signs closer to the actual curve.
I'm running out there
You might.
next week, so I'm going out this week, so I will double check that while I'm out there.
If you want, hit me up when you're coming up.
I will.
We can look at it together.
Yep, will do.
And you saw, I probably should have also let the board know, we removed the debris in front of the Staten Road Bridge this week, which was requested by, Bridge Safety.
Right.
We took care of that immediately.
That's how I got that confused with the signs.
Yeah, got it. Oh, a resident, from Ruby Lane requested that we look at the curve in front of, Ruby Lane on Staten.
Martin Glen thing goes through, they're gonna be flying, and we almost get T-boned every day when we go out of that car. So before the accidents, it would be nice to try to help.
We'll go out this week.
John, the Lerner Road was put together with the intention to have it done for school buses. If we're gonna be delayed into next month, we're notice to proceed, we're gonna be into school buses.
I'm aware of that.
What,
Well, I think we need to hear from Leo, see what the easement process is, Brian. But I agree with you, because I don't think you have to worry about it this year, because PPL is gonna have it in there, and then Verizon, and then Blue Ridge. We're lucky if that gets done.
that's
But the end
another,
of-
that's another road proposed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty convinced of that, unless Leo's got better news. John, anything else? Anybody have anything for John? John, thank you. Leo?
Thank you, Rich. With regard to the sewer business update, I had a conversation with Patrick concerning the sewer business. I understand there's a meeting coming up, technical meeting coming up.
Yeah, there's a technical meeting coming up with, Pocono Township's engineer, our engineer, and myself.
And I believe, if I'm accurate, that you see a potential of a lot of light at the end of this long time.
I do, we're knocking off issues one by one, so this is an issue, or just a discussion on the operation of the pump station, which is gonna go a long way to a global resolution, I hope. I'll report to the board once I know more.
Probably the closest we've ever been in many years.
Since I've been. Which is
Trying to stay optimistic.
many years. Lerner Road easement process, right now, the hang-up is getting updated appraisals for these matters. We have two of the legal descriptions that we need, so we can do the declaration of taking, but we have to make a payment when we do that, so we're waiting for those updates. So while we are snail's pace getting closer, there's still some information that we need to reach to the board.
Yeah, did we agree with the banks?
Yes.
So can we get that one knocked out?
We'll certainly knock out the bank, but the others we need updates.
Because maybe with that done, the PPL might be able to start their
That's
movement, because the
trees, I think, were an issue there along Loring Road. So if we could at least, get that done.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that.
And I spoke to the PP&L rep, and they said they can mobilize within 2 weeks,
Yeah,
once it's through.
It's not in the middle of July. Their work is probably close to a week and a half, 2 weeks, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they're on top of it, they're emailing almost weekly to find out where we're at, so something they wanna cross off their list as well.
Good, good.
And that's all that I have.
Anybody have anything for Leo? Okay, public comment. Anybody left in the audience? Oh.
Oh,
There were a lot of hands up high. Charlie, you're there now.
I beat her to the light. Charlie Trapasso, Pocono Township residents. I have two very small issues or requests. From the pickleball community, we thank you for the courts, they're fabulous. However, I know that Jared and I met with John Houth, who is the senior sports director for St. Luke's, Lehigh Valley, Platts, a number of other facilities. And we discussed maybe having some free pickleball tournaments and events at the park, which is down the road, that's great. But we could really use screens around the fencing. It's windy, gets a lot of wind up there, and wind is not a friend of pickleball, especially because it's a wiffle ball, so you never know where it's gonna go. I know that St. Luke's had offered to pay, or maybe pay most of the expense to put it in. I think that they would want a logo somewhere on the screens, but I'd like us to maybe pursue that. It would really be an accent to the pickleball courts.
Can you work with Jared on that issue?
Absolutely not.
Well, there you go.
I would love to.
Screens are cheap, so that's something that could easily be done.
Four pickleball courts for Jackson Township. And I think the screening was $900.
Yeah, and we don't need, then, if we want to do it on our own, let's do it.
We have the money in the park budget, we could work
Yeah.
on stuff tomorrow.
Love to pursue that, would make a big difference. And then lastly, I love the new building, this looks fabulous. Kudos to whoever picked the carpeting, granite, very good, well done, nice. Chair colors, I'm impressed. I would love for us to have some kind of representation of the bicentennial and the opening of the Heritage Center. I mean, we did that for the 200-year bicentennial, and we really should feature, I have been to other township buildings, and they do have a little section or something unique displaying the bicentennial. So I would love to, I have tons of photos, and I would love to maybe work with, Courtney is very talented, very creative, work with Jared and maybe put up a small display featuring the bicentennial.
Jen, that would be a Jen's job, wouldn't it? Or yourself?
Yeah, Jen, whoever, love to work with you. Of course, we wouldn't put anything up without your approval, we'd show you a little display. I'm not talking about, not even the size of that, something small.
Built with 30 by 20.
30, a billboard? Yeah, we could do something like that. But I think it's really important that we feature that.
Sounds great, it really does.
Okay, great. Yeah, love to. Okay, I'll follow through.
I'd like to have a parade in town, too.
You'd like to have what?
A parade. Sure.
A parade?
Yes, I think we need to have a parade, starting like at Werner Road, like at the carnival time.
Yeah.
Have the marching band from Pocono Mountain come down, the fire trucks opening up the
I love that idea.
They're bizarre, whatever they call
I
it.
love that idea.
Yeah, carnival.
I love it. Well, let me get the prayer breakfast done and the event center done.
Do it before I'm in a wheelchair.
Okay. But I do like that idea, and I'm willing to work. I'm willing to work on it with a team.
Thank you.
And you know when I do something, I do
It
it.
happens.
I'm gonna do it.
I do know.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, who else has their hand up?
Cheryl Parks, been a resident for 38 years. I just had to respond. Rich, I have to say, in the year that I've been coming here, I probably have never been treated so disrespectfully as I have by you. And, okay,
I apologize to you too. But,
No, you did not.
Oh, then I will. But you have to understand, when residents get 5 minutes in the beginning and 5 minutes at the end, and it's a constant thing, and we tell you what to do and advise you what to do to help you, and then you don't do that, except you do call the police, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, continue to do that. I don't know what else to tell you to do, because no one else on this board has any ideas either.
Well, what I have to say is that, when I'm told that the deed restrictions don't matter, but yet you have, excuse me, it's my 5 minutes. When the deed restrictions don't matter, and I have to do that, privately, when they're on the township's application, it asks that question, are there any deed restrictions? If they didn't matter, then why are they on your applications?
I can't answer that. I can't answer that. All I can tell you.
Okay, but it's, whether you can answer it or not, it's still on the application. So you asked that. It was not answered correctly. It went to the planning board with the wrong information on it. They also asked if there were wetlands on it, which there are. That, the wrong information went on. The thing. Excuse me.
I was gonna answer your question.
Okay.
So, I'm on the Scott Township Planning Commission. We also have the inquiry of private, and the reason we do it is so that when people come before us, we can advise them and tell them, just because we're approving your use here at the Planning Commission, you may want to reach out to your homeowners association if that's the case. We'll follow up to see if there's a conflict with the deeds. Not that Stroud Township enforces it, but it's a way of advising the applicant.
Okay, but see, that's not on the thing. When it's on the application and the question is asked, it is zoning's responsibility to make sure that those questions are answered correctly before it goes to the next level.
Right.
Now, it was on there for a reason at some point. But some of the other things, and thank you, Patrick, I appreciate it. But with Rich, I was on a Zoom meeting, and on an open mic, you said, oh, she's in Florida. Well, first of all, you don't know where I am. Second of all, luckily I have somebody staying with me. But to announce on an open mic that I'm in Florida and not even in the state puts me in danger. You don't see where that would put me in danger? And you don't? You don't. Wow. So, and then the other things, when I get up here and I have to hear, oh, you're going to surprise me tonight? And all other kind of comments, which are obnoxious. Are you going to just keep talking about the kennel? You took an oath to protect the Constitution. That means the First Amendment. I can get up here and whistle Dixie. I can get up here and talk about the deed restriction any single meeting. And to make it an adversarial thing, when we should all be working together, the residents and this board, to make this a better place, is ridiculous. Last week, Mr. Velarde, I had PTSD after this. You all behaved like you were raised by wolves. It is not necessary. People can get up and say what they want. If you don't like what they say, that's fine. But we have a First Amendment right to say it, whether you like it or not. And I think maybe you should change your attitude, because the businessmen and everything get treated really nice. The residents get treated like they're the great unwashed. And that's what I've been going through for the last year. So maybe you should rethink it a little bit, because it is not professional. It is not kind, and your first responsibility is for the welfare of the residents of this township. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ma'am?
Mine's real
Please,
short.
please.
Yeah.
It's real short. You can hear me. Lori Pryor, 35-year resident. I just wanted to ask if anyone here could, in good faith, go to the trustees meeting tomorrow morning and just show their face for 15 minutes and say, yeah, we're here, and we want the library.
If I was in town tomorrow, I'm not and I'm leaving here at 7:30, and I'll be out of town.
It's at 8:30.
And it's at 8:30. Library is technically
How
not
long
open.
is the meeting due?
I don't know, I missed the last one, so I don't know, but you wouldn't have to stay the whole time.
I can go at 8:30.
Okay.
I do work, so I have.
Well, yeah, I'm well aware of that too.
But I'll try to
I'm
get there.
retired.
It's tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Tomorrow at 8:30. I'll try to get
At the Hughes Library.
right in Strasburg.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very
Good luck
much.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
Good evening, Charles Kepler, taxpayer. I just wanted to say I believe an ethics violation took place this evening regarding the Trap Event Center waivers. I understand that Mr. DeVito addressed it, but respectfully I disagree, so I'd just like to read the section that I believe applies into the record and explain why I believe that there was an ethics violation. So it's subsection 1103 of Title 65 regarding the conduct of public officers. Subsection J, voting conflict. Where voting conflicts are not otherwise addressed by the Constitution of Pennsylvania or by any law, rule, regulation, order, or ordinance, the following procedure shall be employed. Any public official or public employee who is in discharge of his official duties will be required to vote on a matter that would result in a conflict of interest shall abstain from voting, and prior to the vote being taken, publicly announce and disclose the nature of his interest in the public record in a written memorandum filed with the person responsible for recording the minutes of the meeting at which the vote is taken, provided that whenever the governing body would be unable to take any action on a matter before it because the number of members of the body required to abstain from voting under the provisions of this subsection makes the majority or the legally required vote of approval unattainable. Then such members shall be permitted to vote if disclosures are made as otherwise provided herein. In the case of a 3-member governing body of a political subdivision, where one member has abstained from voting as a result of a conflict of interest and the remaining 2 members of the governing body have cast opposing votes, the member who has abstained shall be permitted to break the vote if the disclosure is made and otherwise provided therein. So I believe the section that is most pertinent here is regarding the timing of the disclosure. My understanding is that he was supposed to submit a written thing which should have been disclosed to the public in the agenda. Okay, was it in the agenda? Because it was not disclosed to the public prior to the meeting. It should have been in the agenda, in the attachments for the agenda. If it's to be disclosed publicly, it also was not disclosed publicly, verbally, before the vote took place. So, you have, I suppose, the right to disagree with the interpretation of that, but it seems pretty clear to me that it should have been disclosed publicly. It was disclosed 2 hours after the vote was taken publicly by holding up a sheet of paper and, by Commissioner Wynot's disclosure. So I don't think that meets the standard, so that's all I wanted to say. You're free to do what you will with that information, but I believe it was an ethical violation. Thank you very much.
What section did you say?
Oh, yes, of course. It is subsection 1103 of Title 65 regarding the conduct of public officers, subsection J related to voting conflicts. Thank you very much.
Anyone else in the audience? Anyone else that dialed in by phone who wishes to make a public comment?
No, Mr. President.
I'll make a motion to adjourn. Is there a
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays?
We didn't